Hi, friends. My name's Host Eric. Some people call me the hostess with the mostest as I host my way through another exciting Talking with Famous People live stream. This one is called 126,000 views last month, plus 171%, because that's my situation right now. Why? Because of shorts. It's like the problem is shorts views aren't worth very much in the sense that even though my views have gone up 171%, my revenue has gone up 10%. So, um, shorts views aren't worth very much, but still, it does seem to have pushed my subscriber rate up substantially. On one video that I had 30,000 views for before it stopped being active on the shorts feed, the trash can TE polar video, I got like 50 subscribers from that. What? Who knows the mysteries of YouTube, you know? But it turns out that shorts are easy to make. I could do them in little bursts, schedule them, a few of them a day, you know. I probably still end up making the same kind of videos, same amount of videos, same amount of uploads anyway. It won't really impact anything. It's the addition of shorts. And they're sort of unrelated to everything else on the channel. But then that's just more Eric, right? It's the same thing as I've always been doing, except I feel more empowered to do different things because of the different options available to me. I didn't used to live stream until they made live streaming, obviously. I didn't used to make shorts until they made shorts available, obviously. So it's a funny place, this YouTube. Kind of reminds me of Crazy Town, which is a place where everything's crazy all the time. I just got up from a snapple, as they say, which is another word for a nap. And I'm running low on Durals, which means that... What does it mean, Eric? It means something super important. It means that I just thought I needed to check about something on my calendar. Calendar. That's the only thing I have tomorrow? Yeah. I guess so. So, anyway, one of the funny things about YouTube is that, yeah, I may have gotten 126,000 views last month. Yeah, I may have gotten something like 46,000 of them in the last 48 hours. Nasty tasting. But I'm still here, sitting here, live streaming alone. And there's a reality of sorts, which is YouTubers that get big, they get famous, they seem to all invariably stop making so many videos. They all cut down on the amount of work they do, and each piece of work becomes more important or more valuable or something. It almost seems like there becomes increasing pressure to make only top-notch stuff or something. I'm just never going to be like that. So, does that mean it's impossible for me to ever get true successful YouTube? This channel will always be live streams, songs, shorts, uploaded videos about MBTI stuff, upload videos about other things. Sometimes it will be videos that are created and edited, even scripted. Sometimes it'll be narrator and still videos. Sometimes usually it'll be me talking about something in front of the camera. Sometimes it'll be like snipped together clips from a vacation. Sometimes it'll be comedy. Sometimes it'll be politics, nothing to do with MBTI. Sometimes it'll be about debate or philosophy stuff. Sometimes it's just me complaining about something from my life. In other words, YouTube is basically where I live. I'm at home now. I'm at home now because everybody can see me. They may not be looking at me, but they can if they want to. And I'm visible. In other words, I'm set to real. Whereas at times when I'm not visible, those times are somehow less real, right? They don't count. They're not on the flow. They're not documented. Exactly everything I'm doing right now is documented. Well, except for stuff going down below here. Who knows what's going on down there? You don't. Why? Because you can't see it. Nothing's going on down there except me wearing my jeans. Yeah. I know, crazy, right? Long pants? Eric, you're not a long pants guy. Well, today I am. Today, I'm enjoying long pants as a nice alternative to short pants. Is this on? Is this on? Is anybody here? No, Eric, nobody's here. Why? Because you stream all the time. Why would anybody care? That's a good point. Let's see what this says. Ah, there are 2 viewers here. Hi, 2 viewers. You guys are concurrent. So, I've had 126,000 views in the last 28 days. 46,000 in the last... One of them left. 46,000 in the last 48 hours. But for my live stream here, I only have 1 viewer. So it just goes to show you about the weird world of YouTube. There is no such thing, really, as gaining enough fame on YouTube that people will watch you do whatever it is you do. Instead, they're wanting to watch something specific. And it's one of the problems or challenges I face with my channel is that I don't like to be something specific. I'm Eric. What does Eric do? Eric does things called hashtag Eric Rock and hashtag Eric Comedy and hashtag Eric Stills Video. And it's like, I don't like being compared to other people, although there are other people in the world like me, I am no doubt. But I don't like to be boxed at all. Creatively, who I am, what I do. I'm all the things that I am and do. And I don't want to be limited to any of them. A lot of people have told me over the years, you need to start another channel or multiple channels or whatever. No. I don't like that. Every time I try that, it fails. I always keep coming back to this. I like having my. Okay, so the total watch hours were up, but maybe 10%. Um, Revenue was up 10%. Total views were up 171%. And subscriber rate, though, was up substantially, which is something that actually kind of matters, right? Um, I had almost 200 new subscribers last month, which is way up. There's a comic book character living tribunal, which is three persons in one being. What would that be like? Huh. I like that comic book character. Living tribunal. I mean, I think to some extent, probably everybody's a Trinity. You know, for me, it's the Trinity would seem to be it's a good question. It's an awfully compelling and interesting question. I mean, the idea that somebody has multiple presentations of self is certainly the case. Hi, Waldner. I enjoy the any nature of the constant uploads on the one channel, even if it is irrelevant. Well, thanks, Waldner. Nobody ever says that to me. Nobody ever says that. I just expect people to tolerate it, hopefully. I don't expect them to approve. Um, but it's a really interesting question, Jeremiah Fix. You've really got my brain wiggling around in my head. Like, if I were to describe myself as a trinity, what three aspects of self would I identify? Or how would I taxonomy that? And I'd say it's it's agent, subject, object. So it's me as an observer, me as an actor, and me as something that is acted upon. That's the Trinity. So, and it's very much the case that those three parties take turns at the helm, right? Depending on what kind of person you are, one of them has the helm more often than the others. Subject Eric is usually working the pedal and turning the wheel. Hijack. What kind of dairy product are you made entirely of today? I'm hopeful it's still cheese. I don't want any yogurt people coming in here. They always leave a mess. If there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that yogurt people leave a mess. Oh, Timmy? He's one of the yogurt people. You do not want to sit with him. You're welcome. That's what I do. I hang out in people's bathrooms, their kitchens, their closets, their bedrooms. I dispense wisdom with my mouth, and it travels by the airwaves of the internet, from my mouth to your ears, all the way through to your brain. This light is too bright. I don't like it brightening my eyes so much. I think I may... Hi, Mac Daddy. I think I may have to turn it off/down. You're blinding me with your blinding brightness. Nobody wants that. Not even me. That's a little bit better. Wait, now the camera moved. Mac Daddy, did you move the camera? The SC DOMs. They move shit when you're not looking. Provolone is not a good answer to the question, what would it be like to be a Trinity? Or if you were, I think a good question is, if you were going to divide yourself into a Trinity, what would it be? Is a good question to ask people. My answer is the correct answer. but, but other people, I'm sure, would give other answers. Hi, darling, parling, warling, squarling. In case you haven't noticed, somebody, and that somebody is me, is live streaming. Live streaming about his enormous, insignificant, and inconsequential success. Namely, I'm doing about 10% better on real metrics and 171% better on views. But, you know, somehow a view on a short doesn't count as much as a view on a regular video. I don't know, something like that. But then I realized, well, it doesn't really matter because you're just adding shorts. You're not really replacing anything with shorts. You're still, as you discovered today, you're still uploading random videos and live streaming, so nothing's changed. It's just now you're doing shorts too. And the thing is, I have them scheduled out through like the 20th right now. And I am going to go on Sleepy Week pretty soon. So there is that. And history tells us that Eric's not going to necessarily do anything. Oh, provolone's fine. I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I got confused there. I forgot about the parallel cheese question that was running alongside that question. I said provolone didn't make any sense. Now I have to retract that entirely. Provolone makes perfectly good sense. You were going to lever a level deeper than me by specifying the kind of cheese. And, well, frankly, now I look and feel like an idiot. So, my bad. You know, I hear your sounds, Jack. It's just I hear them with my eyes. I do. I hear Mac Daddy's words when she says, "Hey, Hoest." Because every time you misspell something, I see the sound of that misspelling with my eyes. That's called the power of tomorrow. If you're tired of powerless todays and power hungry yesterdays, perhaps embrace the real power of tomorrow. A lot of people don't know this, but my live stream is completed using green energy because it's powered entirely by tomorrow. Which produces no emissions. It's got a 0 carbon footprint. Carbon footprint of 0? That's amazing, Eric. There was this hot, tatted, younger vet at physical therapy. A hot, tatted, younger vet at physical therapy, I see. Was he receiving physical therapy for shrapnel in his butt? Or did he just sprain his ankle or something? Were you giving or receiving special therapy? Physical therapy. Did he need physical therapy on his penis? Is that what you're trying to say? You provided it. I remember this one hilarious thing I saw. I will share with you the hilarious. INXPs are object brokers. Well, what I mean is a bunch of goods. They call in a bunch of goods into their evaluatory chamber, and they broker them in the sense that they either go into this library of things they can offer to other people, or they go into a library of examples of things that are wrong and not to meow. Okay. Whereas, and so the growth of SI types over the course of many years is to have more full shelves behind you of things classified out and ready to be utilized in the world accordingly. So INFPs and INTPs are metaphysical object broker, collector, archivists. But in contrast, like INFJs, as they get older, it's like instead of retaining a bunch of objects that they access potentially to respond to the current situation, their current situation attention is intuition. So what changes for them, instead of having an ever-growing repertoire of things to make them more powerful, is that they basically intuit via an increased number of perspectives concurrently. So they can recognize different kinds of patterns and so forth through a more nuanced combination of intuitive frames. Basically, they don't exactly know why, but their intuition grows sharper over the years, provided they're in an environment that both either allows it to or compels it to. So it's like, in some certain kinds of Rachel's intuition had to be honed by a difficult situation that persists for a long time. Maybe not exactly the kind of intuition she would have chosen to have honed, but she's generally very intuitive about where one might claim to have had toes stepped on and avoiding those spots because she's used to walking on eggshells for a long time, and it sort of trained her intuition through those frames, or at least added those frames to the existing frames. And then she's seeing here, as she's experiencing contrasting realities, her intuitive, the capacity of her intuition to intuit things grows like this, But it's a different kind of relationship with intuition and growth than an INFP or an INTP. And it's harder to describe because it's easy to explain how somebody who's constantly referring to and employing a series of metaphysical objects that they keep refining and building upon, that's easy to describe in a way that a increasingly developed intuitive way of knowing is harder to describe. Oliver Lionhand is angry today. I will tell you why. Well, let me ask you some questions first, okay? So, have you been angry all day? Can you identify, did you wake up angry? Or did you get increasingly angry over the course of the day? I want to know the answer to that question. Did you wake up angry? or did you become angry over the course of the day? You think you woke up angry? If you woke up angry, then it's probably you're angry on my behalf about Rachel. When I wake up angry, I'm usually angry on someone else's behalf. I'm rarely angry about anything that somebody's done to me. So that's probably why you're angry. I probably made you angry by being indignant yesterday and by telling a story of injustice, you know. Which type is to have slow FI? Well, in some ways, my FI is extremely slow, depending on what it is we're talking about. So, when it came to my divorce from my second wife, my initial response to when she finally left was just, "Thank God that woman's gone." She's just proved to be too much hassle by the end, you know. And I didn't actually feel a sense of mourning that relationship until Thanksgiving, months later, when I got to experience sort of holiday by myself, you know. So that would be an example of slow FI. I've slow FI'd this serotonin syndrome as well. And I had this conversation with Rachel earlier that it's challenging for me because, what's wrong with Rachel is it's very serious. It's strokey. It's very much like she can't do things. Her body doesn't work properly. And we're coming up on 3 weeks pretty soon. And she's still dramatically impacted, right? It may be getting better slowly, but she still drops shit. She still has to walk kind of haltingly, and is struggling to return to normal. However, and I which is part of the reason why I'm grateful to whoever left a comment saying that he had it really bad and it lasted 7 weeks for him. But regardless, the point is, it's one of those things that, my FI polar's been a problem because it's taken me a while to get accustomed to or come to terms with or recognize the fact that this is what it is and it's going to be around for a while, and it's kind of like she had a stroke. It's like I needed an equivalent thing to make me understand how severe it was. Um, and even then, it's very easy for me to compartmentalize. So I can know that Rachel can be chilling in the bathroom or something. I can go outside and have totally forgotten about that reality very easily, even though you might say Rachel's continually in a state of physical distress of some sort for weeks on end. It's easy for me to just sort of put it aside and pay attention to my own thing. That's an example of FI polar that will make people uncomfortable, understandably. It's like, do you really even care about that person? But I don't think Jack's trolling. I think that's good advice, actually. I mean, I think that when you feel despair, if you're willing to pray, it helps. If you think of it as a behavior, there's nothing wrong with doing it, and it's not bad advice. The problem is, I guess, with the way Jack put it, is that's vague, right? Praying can make you feel better is specific and concrete. If you're down. No, God. Well, God zaps your brain in mysterious ways. At least S. He he can. He may not. He's not gonna. Boom. You're not depressed anymore. But he might get in there. He might worm his way in there, you know. And I'm not telling Jack to preach to you. I'm just saying you can't yell at Jack for trolling or whatever because he suggests to somebody that magical thinking might be useful in a context such as this. Magical thinking is often useful in a context like this, so it's not a terrible piece of advice. Okay. So let's everybody all just simmer down. Hey, Oliver Linehan's mad. He does not get mad very often. He's been pacing around. He's mad. You're pissing him off further. Just everybody just, hey, take it down a notch. Let's see what's going on with Oliver Linehan. Things happened today to make me angrier. About an hour ago, I spent about 10 minutes pacing around angrily muttering to myself, which is pretty unusual behavior for me. Yeah, you usually mutter playfully, right? To angrily mutter suggests maybe somebody dropped your butter. When someone drops my butter, that's when I angrily mutter. That's one of Oliver Linehan's sayings that he says all the time. Along with, well, golly gosh gee willikers. That's another one of his sayings he says all the time. By which I mean constantly. He's also known to say, well, if that ain't a monkey's uncle. Yes, I agree with you, Jeremiah Fix. That's a good maybe. Jack, that was not an irrationally angry reaction. Don't. Guys, can we stop? Just ignore him if he's being me, then just freaking ignore him. If he's being meowy, just ignore him. Okay? That should be like lesson number 1 on the internet, right? How to respond to meowiness. Very straightforward. Well, yeah, in the sense that I'm like a word deliverer slash, I don't know, like custom maker. Like, you come to me and you say, make me some words that meow, and I'll be happy to do that. But you want me to tell you about what philosopher Meow says, that's not going to work. British swears and insults are far better than American ones. Well, I don't know. You custard loving no good Nick is a pretty good profanity and insult. And that's all American. Okay, Jeff Shaw, even if it's the case that Jack lacks big picture thinking, how is that a character flaw? Isn't it just like the downside of a cognitive bias? It also presumably has a benefit. Yes, just Jazz here. Let's not all jump on everybody. Based on our previous experiences, okay? Let's just give everybody a chance to be cool. Okay, Elise, I'm going to read your good question. I'm curious how, if Jack was a doctor, how he would break the news of the death of a family member to somebody. That is a good question. Pretend that my name's Steve and my wife, Judy, has been in a car crash and the doctor's coming out to tell me that she's passed. She didn't make it. Okay, you're the doctor. Now, tell it to me. So, do you think it's an FE test? Because, like, I mean, if you asked me that question, I would not be able to help but joke about the answer. I'd say, hi, Steve. Yes, yes. Judy's husband? Yes, yes. How is she, doctor? She's dead. Sorry. Here's some papers for you to fill out. I gotta go. Have a nice one. Have a good day. Don't let it get you down too much. People die all the time. It's normal. It's a normal part of life. You're getting a new wife. They're a dime a dozen. What would the typist think if I said that? Don't cry and be depressed, Elise says. And here's the thing. One thing that I've learned about mental health, depression, anxiety, other things, is that the best way to treat somebody who's suffering from symptoms like that is to scold them for having them. Hey, Elise, no. No more depression. It's it. You're making me very angry at you. Do you feel the depression fog just lifting? Do you see the tears just drying up? All you needed was a good scolding. Mac Daddy's right. Don't fight, peoples. Spread the love instead. Let's talk about what we have in common, not what makes us different. Like we all love cucumbers. Everybody does. Jack, Jeff, Elise, Jeremiah, Mac Daddy, even Oliver Linehan and Morridge. We all love cucumbers. That's something we have in common. Let's talk about that. That's nice and safe. I want nothing but safe conversation topics from now on. I'm feeling a lack of safety. Since you can't train functions, what are my chances of being a good freestyle rapper with backslot NE? I mean, you could be a good freestyle rapper with backslot NE. Maybe even a very successful freestyle rapper with backslot NE. But it's the same sense, in the same way that I can be a very good YouTuber with backslot SE. I could be good at sports, right? I was pretty good at certain sports. And the reason is because I have enough automatic action that if a given frame of reference engages me enough on my front stack shit, then SE will provide as much SE as it needs, as I need to make that shit happen. So the same thing is true for you. If you really wanted to be a YouTuber, you would come up with, generate, find, otherwise attain sufficient ideation to generate content. Now, freestyle rap is a little more challenging because I mean I will go out on a limb and say if you are an ESTP, it is not possible for you ever to get as generally good at freestyle rapping as it is for me. But I would also say we need to remember the hamburger chef reality, which is for any given instance of a given thing, expertise, quality, skill that you attach to the person goes right out the window. On any given instance of, say, a freestyle rap battle, I might very well lose to you, and that's just how it is, right? Uh, because being better at it in general doesn't mean anything in any particular instance. I mean, it means something in terms of what people can expect as a range of terrible to okay or whatever. But in any given individual instance, you might blow right through either that floor or the ceiling. You know, depends on lots of different particularist factors. It's XI. Hi. I'm pronouncing your name correctly. That's how the Chinese say it. 介绍花，笑笑，先笑双笑，再往妈，我打你，好长喽，卸床喽。That's how Chinese people talk. You should hear them. I hear them all the time. They live right next door to me. Of course, half the time over there they're speaking in English, and their kids all are native born Americans, so they speak perfect English. But grandma and grandpa speak Chinese, and the parents are halfway in between. You know, no, it does not sound more Korean. No, Korean sounds different. Koreans like and Korea does that. I'm going to practice because my friends and I are making music, but I can't freestyle right now, but I'm going to practice. Well, here's the good news for you, Mac Daddy. As is always the case, the maximally NE thing, or SE thing, isn't actually the best way to do it. In other words, you don't need to have NE as good as mine because nobody likes freestyle rap. Nobody cares about freestyle. It's not worth anything because it's only impressive as a show-offy parlor trick. It's not a good way to make good art. You're better off writing out your raps and practicing them and mastering exactly how the delivery is going to sound. At the end of the day, rap is tricky because if you deliver either the quality of a given word wrong or the cadence in a bad way, in other words, if it doesn't NI hit, then it's going to sound not just, it's like comedy. If it fails, it really makes causes failure vomit, you know. So you're better off writing it down anyway and learning it. That's the good news. Same thing with SC. It's like the guy who can throw the football out of the stadium. He's got such a strong arm. Well, he might win throw, kick, and punt contests, or a super long drive in golf. That's fine. That's a nice skill to have, but that is not the way to be a good golfer. The best golfers are not consistently going to be those with the longest drives, and having the longest drive is just one advantage in a multiplicity of skill sets that needed to be had to be a good golfer. Same thing true with rapping. You're better off writing. The freestyle process you should get used to as something to use in writing, perhaps, But like, I mean, here's the deal with freestyling. It's like, at its absolute best and truest, there's no plan and there's no little canned bits that you're tossing in and shit. It's all telling a complete story and it all comes together. And it's all out of the ether. But even at its very best, it still doesn't work as a track per se, And nobody cares. So at worst, it's a bunch of canned stuff or random nonsense that rhymes and cadence is right but doesn't actually say anything, or any number of other stuff that's not really in some ways is not quite a freestyle. The thing is, in speech and debate events, which I competed in high school and coached, there's an event called impromptu. And a lot of students who win impromptu, they win impromptu these days by memorizing chunks of shit and then recontextualizing them within the frame of the topic, which is not, in my opinion, anything called impromptu speaking. Of course, if I were competing today in impromptu speaking, and that were happening around me, I still would win impromptu speaking, no doubt about it. In fact, that kind of technique has zero chance of defeating me in impromptu speaking. And I won impromptu just about every time I entered it. I was the best impromptu speaker in the league by far. And had we gone to states in impromptu, I surely would have been a competitor for winning it in impromptu. And this was when I was in high school, right? And I would be way, way better at it now than I was then. And I was still winning tournaments then. So, it's like those skills are maximally expressed in EDOMs, but at the same time, there are very few real things that matter that use exclusively that skill. Impromptu speaking being one of them, freestyle rapping being one of them, freestyle song making being one of them, none of which are worth a goddamn thing. So, I guess, like, I could, in theory, be a good stand-up comedian, like warm up the crowd guy, or opening act or whatever. Rachel's really struggling to open this door. There, she got it though. Hi, darling.
Hi. I was wondering if I could borrow your card, pay you in cash and borrow your card to buy something online.
Yeah. You don't need to give me any cash, but the thing is, I don't know. I may need to cash. I may need to deposit this check. I'm not quite sure how much money's in my account right now. Let me look at my Wells Fargo. New window. My wallet is. Do you see my wallet up there?
Right here.
Yeah. You don't need to give me any cash. Just that's for you to take with you. It's got my card in it. And yeah, I know. Stop. There. Now it's yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
How much is this thing?
40.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's that. Alright, you start your wiping jack, and I'll get back on topic. What is the topic? The topic was sucking my white ass, Ruben R. Was that my topic? I forgot that was my topic. What cognitive function relies on resting on your laurels? I mean, feeling satisfied is something that I think we all occasionally experience. The sense of being sufficiently satisfied that you don't need to take additional action towards anything. I don't know. It would seem to correlate more with having things set up as you want to have them set up in life than anything else. I ask this question of satisfaction to people in cognitive function sessions. They say like, "What? Can you give me an example of a time you felt like triumph, baby?" You know that meme of that baby who goes like this, "Yes," on the beach or something. Um, and different people have more or less difficulty giving me examples of it. I can always tell when somebody's in somebody's eyes when they can think of sex, but that's all they can think of, but they don't want to say that. They go, uh, and then I ask them from another angle, like, well, what do you think? How do you think things would be different if you were to feel really super satisfied? And then people still struggle to give me the answer. People don't really understand, in general, I think, what the term satisfaction means. I don't think they identify with being satisfied very much. When they don't understand what I'm saying, then at least I know that's not the problem. Yeah, the worst ones are those who like consequently stand, and I'm like, that's not even a preposition. That's a conjunctive adverb. They're just way off base. I mean, the thing about Saturday Night Live is it's never been a good show, but it's always produced occasional good skits. So it's perfect for the YouTube age in that you don't have to sit through the garbage and you can just see the funny stuff. But I do know that there have been times when the crap that was vastly outweighing the little bits of occasional funny stuff, and the crap was particularly awful. There have been times when it's like that, and there are times when it's much more reliably funny. I mean, the thing is, 70s and 80s SNL, okay, it's not good in retrospect. It was just good at the time, with some few exceptions. Like, when I was watching it a lot as a kid, it was with Phil Hartman, Dana Carvey. Um, it had who's that other guy? Martin Short was on it. Martin Short was hilarious, you know. So, when I think about funny SNL skits, I think of Phil Hartman playing Frank Sinatra and talking to Reagan. There was a particularly funny skit of Frank Sinatra and Reagan talking or something that I remember from childhood. I remember Ed Grimley being a hilarious character by Martin Short, who was really into Pat Sajak in Wheel of Fortune. Great character. Um, I mean, in general, Phil Hartman was a genius, and it's a real tragedy that he was murdered by his shitty excuse for a wife. I mean, Steve Martin is better as a host on Saturday Night Live than anything else. I think he may have been on the cast of it briefly, but uh, Steve Martin operates best as a host, I think. Now, will also point out that um, Will Ferrell, his work on Saturday Night Live was brilliant, generally speaking, as was Kristen Wiig's. And I think it's because both of them are ENTPs. If you look at, for example, that guy who got the late night show, Jimmy Fallon, he ruins lots of Saturday Night Live skits with his horribleness and his wanting to share the FI with everybody, you know, his own enjoyment with everybody, not getting. He needs to play it straight. Will Ferrell's a consummate fucking professional on Saturday Night Live. You watch that old Prospector skit. Oh my God, Will Ferrell is a consummate professional among a bunch of boobs. Um, Steve Martin was Ruprecht. Yeah, Steve Martin as Ruprecht was great. Uh, yeah, Fallon was a nightmare. But I think Kristen Wiig, that era with Kristen Wiig and the guy who played the host of uh, what's it called? Secret Word. Do you know what that guy's name is? Who plays the host of Secret Word on Saturday Night Live?
Bill.
He went on to be in movies and stuff. He was
Yeah.
in. He was in. They Came Together.
Yes. He's another Bill, I think.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who I'm thinking
Bill.
of, but
Oh my gosh. No.
okay, yeah. Well, whoever I'm talking, Bill Hader.
Yeah, Bill Hader.
Okay, cool. He's funny. I liked him in Saturday Night Live. He did a good job consistently, with some challenging material sometimes, but he did his best work. He could with it, you know. I don't like Craig Ferguson for the same reason that one of the same reasons that I don't like Russell Brand. I don't like sober people who are like all like sober people, you know? As a recovering alcoholic myself, um well, I mean, yeah, Jeremiah Fix, I have no idea about his opinions about things or whatever. I'm saying he was a consummate professional as an actor on Saturday Night Live, keep holding character, not not breaking character or messing shit up in the way that a lot of his other coworkers did. You know, that's what I'm claiming. Okay, I don't know what his perspectives on things are. Okay, well, the reason I say recovering is because that's the commonly used term. I don't like that term either. Recovering alcoholic is exactly the sort of sober person I don't like. You know, um, I am a I'm somebody who can't handle alcohol, and so I don't drink it anymore. I I am grown up enough to have made that decision. But well, I mean, there was nothing honorable about the discharge. Okay, look, uh, nobody gets honorably discharged from alcoholism. There are no honorable discharges. It's always some kind of bottom, you know. It's if I was as high bottom as you can get, people would say that I experienced none of the real consequences of it. No DUIs, no courts, no meow. But the the consequences on the metaphysical plane were just as massive and just as significant. They just weren't as visible or articulable to others. I mean, I absolutely hated myself. So, there's that. Yeah, I like Will Ferrell. I really enjoyed something recent he did where he was making fun of those reality shows, and it's this skit where he's at the house and these three guys are gonna go see a movie, and one of them thinks they're seeing the movie there, and one of them thinks they're seeing the movie someplace else, and they have drama about it. It's really smartly done, you know. quite quite clever and funny. And you know the thing is, what Steve Martin and Will Ferrell have in common is both of them can still be funny old, like Elise S says, has aged well because they never relied on some sort of uh, temporally specific. In other words, they never relied on political humor. They never relied on a certain kind of shtick that they applied to everything that wore tired. They always relied on being clever and saying funny things, and that never goes away. It's like to some extent, it improves. I'm funnier now than I've ever been before. I'm confident about that when I'm being funny. Um, do I still have hits and misses? Of course, everybody does, uh, and any DOMs most of all. Well, what happens when comedians start getting political is they discover very quickly that politics aren't very funny, and that a substantial portion of the audience thinks that the opposite kind of joke would be funny, maybe, but not this one. And it's thinly veiled team bullshit, and team bullshit's always team bullshit. Even if you position it as humor, and you're making fun of the bad guy team for their being dumb. Oh, I'm equal opportunity. I'm making fun of the Democrats too. No, you shouldn't be making fun of any of this shit. It's a horrible tragedy. It's not the sort of thing one jokes about because it's the abdication of the citizen's responsibility to be sane about public matters. Stop rustling, my Peter. You know, I appreciate you introducing rustle as a verb here, Fly Guy. I'm going to add it to jostle, fondle, jiggle, joggle, stroke, finger, dangle, and other such verbs. I think Alec Baldwin got a lot less funny with how angry at Trump he always was. It got kind of hard to watch for me. Yeah, I mean, look, anger at politics is understandable, but definitely not funny. And when you are fixated on too much on one person, one party, one sort of problem in politics, then you're a part of the larger problem, which is we need to start talking like grown-ups, you know? When people can't have real conversations with me about things, it makes me very frustrated and it triggers anger in me pretty quickly. Because I expect, as an NEDOM TI user and as Eric with his personal experience, I expect words to mean things and for me to be able to affect the changes in the world I need with my words. I expect that to be able to happen. And when people won't listen to me, refuse to hear me and respond on point, it drives me fucking crazy. Because it's like, here I am with the only things that matter in terms of solving this particular problem, the correct words, and there you are preventing them from doing their good work. It's very frustrating. And that was my experience last night with Rachel's mom. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about intuition and coffee cups. Okay? So I'm going to go get some coffee real quick. This is what this cup looks like, right? Now this is a very, elementary school level example, but the concept I'm going to be illustrating here is mask debating. That's a good one, Jeff Shaw. You get 5 points for that. Mask debating. Look, I am tired of mask debating. I need to go home and masturbate instead. Here you go, fish. Have some food. You like to eat food, I hear. I heard a rumor about you and food having a kind of intimate relationship of sorts. Ow! I keep picking at this thing on my back. basically like a zit that never loses its little bump. Alright, so you remember how I was going to get coffee, right? I showed you the cup, and now it's this cup, okay? So, earlier today, any thoughts on this, anybody? Earlier today, I noticed as I went in the kitchen that Rachel had made herself a cup of coffee, but left it on the counter over there. So, being a basically good citizen, I decided, since I'm here, I might as well grab it and take it to her, sit over there on the couch. So I did. And I didn't think anything about it until Rachel mentioned something about the cup being hot, and that's why she left it over there. And that's when I realized, oh, that's that other cup, but it must change color when you add hot shit to it. I had no idea, you know. But the thing to note is, when I brought the cup over to her, I've never seen this cup before. It looked very different before it got hot stuff in it. And it didn't occur to me to even consider the fact that there's this weird cup that I'd never seen before. Or maybe we had a new cup or whatever. So you can imagine this is what like this one looks like without any hot liquid in it. If you put hot liquid in it, it gets all lit up like this one, you know. So you can conceive of a person who's an SI person or potentially an SE person saying, hey, when did you get this new cup? SI most likely. If it's like an unfamiliar object, the SI person's going to say, where did this new object come in? So when I picked up this cup to bring to Rachel, it did not occur to me this was a new object, nor did it occur to me that it was an existing object. It just occurred to me that it was a cup of coffee that Rachel obviously had made, and I should carry it over to her. And I wouldn't have even thought about the cup, except she said, yeah, I was waiting because the cup was too hot. And then that was the last piece of information that made me go, oh, that's that other cup that looks different normally, but the hot must have made it change what it looks like, blah, 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 right? If you were an SI person, you'd probably initially think, where did this new cup come from? Assuming your NI was really not working very well for some reason. If you are an SE person, you might not make the conclusion that I eventually did. You might just not think about the cup at all. If you're an NI person, you might immediately go, oh, those cups must change what they look like when they heat up, because they're operating in an ongoing knowing about what is in the present, ongoing present, rather than knowing about what has been, or objects or things you've accumulated, what you might call the warehouse. The thing is, I didn't have that thing in my warehouse, this cup in my warehouse. I had another cup in my warehouse, but I made no connection between the two. But I don't keep very good, careful care of cups in my warehouse anyway, so I'm never going to notice that. An NI type who's conscious not of how things link to the past, but of how things link to themselves and existence right now, is probably going to notice that. I love wearing condoms. I always say, Sex is best when I can't feel it at all. I'll put on 3, 4, even 5 condoms to make sure that I have no experience at all. Yeah, just in case, right? Yeah, because Ruben knows the important thing is that you experience nothing even when going pee. Now, sure, you end up making a big pee balloon at the end of your condom, but that's why I poke a hole in the end of my condom. That helps prevent that from occurring. I'm not going to cry you a river, Elise S. I'm going to say, okay, well then, it only goes in your mouth. If you're going to be all fussy about it. And yes, you're welcome. Thanks, Oliver. You're a pal. Condoms can hold a ton of pee. I bet you could probably pee into a condom and it wouldn't burst because they're designed to not break very easily. Well, I mean, if the condom can hold all that pee, then fine. Condoms are for sluts, male and female. No condoms are for being in a relationship. And that's fine. I don't begrudge sluts their condoms. You should see, after Fly Guy uses a condom, you should see it inflates like a custard-filled balloon until pop, and it's all over the fucking place. It's disgusting. Jack Torrance, you're judgy about it. I'm just saying. Don't be judgy, okay? I can tell by the tone of your words in your text that you're being judgy about it. People can be sluts if they want. You can fit a whole human kid into a latex glove. Wow. You know what? Maybe we could just pack these human kids in these latex gloves and pretend that they're medical supplies and ship them off with the COVID vaccines. In the olden days, that's not exactly what I said, Jack Torrance, and exactly what I said matters, right? I didn't say whoever uses a condom is such a slut. I said condoms are for sluts. Big difference. Okay? So don't pretend you quoted me when you didn't. Yeah, well, my point is be safe by doing what? By being in a long-term relationship with somebody who doesn't have any diseases. And that you can trust not to sleep around. Then you're fine and you don't have to worry about it. Okay, well that's called paraphrasing, Jack. Semi-quoting is called paraphrasing. But let me ask you this, Jack. Did you figure out what was going on with the cup before I explained it? The word syphilis makes me think of Phyllis Diller. I think you're unfortunately named if your name makes people think of the word syphilis and vice versa. Because I have no reason to associate syphilis with Phyllis Diller, except long-term heterosexual relationships may be gaff, but, don't be mean. Let's not pick fights. Let's not try to jab, okay? People don't like being jabbed, including Jack. Doesn't like being jabbed. At least as you're missing the important part of this conversation. Fly Guy, don't you pile on. There's no reason for you guys to be doing that. No, no, no. Phyllis Diller makes Oliver Linehan think of phallus dildo and makes me think of syphilis. So she's poorly named, Phyllis Diller. Because here's the deal. And this is the important thing to note. There's nothing about Phyllis Diller that should make you think of syphilis except her name. Because why? Look, Phyllis, what do you have to do to make that syphilis? You just have to put 2 letters in front of it, and it becomes syphilis. Right? Phallus dildo. Phallus dildo is the general of Subtle Dick Brazenball's Nordic army. Okay? Fly Guy? He's one of the generals. Phallus dildo. I think Deuteronomy instead of just dildo. Phallus Deuteronomy. It's like Deuteronomy, but it's the book of dildos. So saith the book of dildos. Amen. And Phyllis Diller did come, and the Lord transformed her into a phallus dildo, and it was good. Amen. With your wife, you can't not be in a long-term relationship with your own wife. That's bad. There was a girl who went to your high school named Enos. Well, you know, better than penis. Why are you accusing Jeff Shaw of ruining a marriage? Pepperidge Farm doesn't remember those sort of things. I don't remember that. We have no reason to conclude that. It might be true, but if it is, then don't try to hurt each other with your words. Use gentle words. So, Phyllis Diller was not funny, but she does have the I guess privilege of being generally thought of as like the first lady comedian, you know. I have HPV, but almost everybody does. Or they're vaccinated for it, one of the two. I got it before the vaccine came out, and I think it's just for chicks anyway, the vaccine. But it doesn't really have any symptoms for dudes. For chicks, it causes cervical cancer in the sort of cigarettes cause cancer kind of way, not in a direct way. I know, it's annoying. It's a zit. It's one of those zits that the bump part won't go away, you know? HPV is human papillomavirus. It's, it supposedly links to cervical cancer. I think I will try to put toothpaste on it. The other thing I did the other day, which I could do again, is put a little bit of a Band-Aid on it so I don't mess with it so much, or even makeup on it so it doesn't bug me and I see it. If I don't see it in the camera right there, then I won't mess with it so much. Yeah, HPV like tore through the population like wildfire at some point a long time back. Like, I got it from my first wife after she cheated on me and got it from whoever she cheated on me with. I mean, a lot of people don't even think about it as an STD. It is, but it's because it generally doesn't have any symptoms, really, and at least not for dudes. And because either you have it or are vaccinated for it, people don't even really think about it so much as an STD anymore. But it is. How can you be sure she gave me HPV? Because um well, okay, because she was the conversation that I learned that she was cheating on me was a conversation where the guy she was cheating on me with was explaining to her that he had just tested for it in some way and has it and was informing her that he gave it to her. So to me, that's all the information I need to know that I must have had it as well at that point, right? Because I had intercourse with her. If you're saying, well, couldn't you have gotten it before her? The answer is, I guess, maybe, but so that's why I concluded I have it, you know? I mean, obviously that was a hard conversation to hear on the answer machine. To walk home one day, everything, just a normal day, and the answer machine is blinking, and you push it, and there's your wife talking to this other dude who's explaining to her that he has HPV and gave it to her probably, or almost for sure. And that's how you learn your wife's cheating on you. So it's like I'm not really historically ever included that part in the conversation. In telling the story, I just said it was obvious they were cheating. That she was cheating based on the conversation I heard. I just didn't give any more details. But but yeah, that was the specifics of the conversation. That's why it was obvious she was cheating, is because he was explaining to her that he had given her a sexually transmitted disease. And he was her professor at PCC, at the community college. So that's why I think I have it. That's where I got it from. I believe. But I could be wrong. Maybe I don't even have it. Who knows? I just assumed I have it because of that. I know I've been exposed to it in a way that would give it to me, so, you know, I must have it. Professors and preachers fuck everybody. Not me. I've never had either a professor or a preacher fuck me. Still waiting. It's like, Father, I have some religious questions. Okay, but get down on your knees first. Open wide. What? Oh, you don't. This is part of the religious traditions. Okay. To get spiritual help from me, you need to get fucked by me first. Really? Yeah, that's how it works. Huh. You guys just bend over and cough. We get butt naked, get the stirrups, and slide our butt off the edge of the cold ass table. The speculum is freezing. It's cold. Well, that's because males designed female medical examinations in the most hilarious fashion. So, what kind of tools do you think we're going to need to, medically look at a woman's badge? Oh shit! I mean, we're gonna need stirrups. We're gonna need opener things. We're gonna need a flashlight. We're gonna need spelunking gear. It's gonna be a big ordeal. And what I want to do is I want to put a sheet here so she can't see what we're doing, right above her tits, ideally. Her tits should be exposed too. That's important. Ideally, we should tie her hands down while we're at it to make sure she doesn't squirm around too much while we're doing our medical procedure. Good idea, doctors John, Steve, Bob, and Joe. You've done an excellent job of designing women's medical procedures. Through the penetration, the transference of consciousness is achieved. Oh. Is that how I transfer consciousness? By poking people with my penis? Scrotocolums aren't as cold. A scrotocolum is what, like an aviary for scrotums? You know, the doctor's visit for men should be the exact opposite of what it is for women, in the sense that with men, they should take off their pants behind a very careful privacy screen. They should put their junk into this gently warming liquid, and then a machine does all the analysis, and nobody ever looks at it or sees it. And then at the end, they get thanked for having a penis by a grateful nurse who acknowledges the primacy of the masculine member in her presence. Scroteculum. I don't know what scroteculum is. Is that like a curriculum that exclusively has units of study related to scrotums? Scroteculum? Or is it a spectacular scrotally related curriculum? Yes. Well, people have long told me when they see my sack, they say, "Scrotacular!" That's their triumph baby moment. What's a speculum? I don't know what speculum is. Is that multiple speculations? That'd be specula. What's speculum? Speculum, I barely know them. Classic joke. Classic joke. Oh, a speculum is a pussy splitter? You mean that's the thing that spreads them apart? It's a opener? Be bitter, bud. Don't tell people to be bitter. Hey, you. Be bitter. Why? Just because I want you to fucking feel bitterness. But why? I just like to know that you're experiencing the tart flavor of bitterness in your emotions. Yeah, well, we're trying to be gender neutral. We call scrotum man scrotum per child, because person, of course, has son, which is male. So, you know, to be gender neutral about scrotum man, we changed his name to scrotum per child. Well, Jack, because you invite a lot of what you might call chippy play. You know, things get chippy sometimes when you get chippy players on the field. My scrotum is one of the most interesting parts of my body because of the way that it wriggles around on its own. Just it just is always just wow, wow, wowing, you know. It's never still. It's like it's got its own business it's doing down there that nobody knows what it's all about, you know. It's like a it's like the flesh of a worm, you know, in that it wrinkles up and it's making these decisions based on something. It's deciding whether it should contract in or let out, sometimes based on temperature, I think, but other times based on just its own mind, you know? It's got its own entire mind. I have zero control over the wrigglings of my scrotum. They occur completely outside of my control, no matter how much I meditate on it. Now, if you want to impress me as a Zen monk, don't speed up your heart rate or slow it down. Make your scrotum stop wriggling. Now, that's tough. Telling someone they have HIV is very straightforward. You're this close to full-blown AIDS. That's how you tell them. They say, thanks for your direct and straightforward and catastrophic prognosis. I appreciate it. Thank God you are not still in the fledgling process, Jack. Just keep that in mind. Okay? You've been fully fledged. Now, if you were still in the fledgling process, the problem with that is you run the risk of falling from the nest and dying and or being scooped up by a predator. Now that you've been fully fledged, it means you're safe to fly. Go ahead, fly, be free, find a nest and a lover, make baby eggs, sit on them with your birdie butt until they hatch and chirp and bring around a new year. The smell of apple blossoms thick in the country air. Judge not, lest ye be judged. You know what that should say, Jeremiah Fix? It should say, judge plenty and know that, and invite judgment as well. But you can't have one and not the other. You have to have both. Right? Either way is fine. Don't be judgy, and you won't get judged. Be judgy and be ready to get judged. Those are fine. Both of those things are fine. It's just the be judgy and don't handle being judged part that sucks ass, right? Yes, it's a crime, Elise says, but also, yes, it is funny. So, sometimes crime is funny. Don't you remember the Police Academy movies? Hilarious. And what? All about crime. Got you there. What's the funniest crime of all? I would say the funniest crime of all is probably well, it might be loitering. Like standing around is a strange thing to be a crime, right? Loitering? That's what I'm guilty of. Littering, I get. You know, don't throw my trash out where everybody's space is. That's fine. But loitering, I'm just standing here. I know. That's what makes you guilty of loitering. Oh. Just standing here is the crime? But, okay, well, yes, Elise asks. He's obviously joking. Just because you have personal experience about it, you don't need to be almost serious pants about it. Okay? Remember, other people's suffering is hilarious until it happens to you. That's the important thing to remember. Everyone's informed. Nobody's going to go around purposely giving people AIDS. Okay? This isn't kids. I'm pretty sure nobody has AIDS here anyway. I'm totally AIDS free. HIV free, AIDS free. I have no diseases except for HPV, which, I mean, I guess I've never been tested for it technically, so I don't know if you can test for it, but I operate under the assumption that I do have it because I should have it based on the situation I was in. No, I mean, I would guess I don't pay rent, that people do that before they learn they have AIDS. Why would a German court have a ruling on such matter? I mean, who was contesting people's right to do that? I would assume, the point is, I would assume that most people who contract and give other people HIV do so before they learn that they have it. You know, people generally, once they're fully aware of, um, once they're fully aware of the situation, are not going to be willing to directly harm people in so significant a fashion knowingly. Disturbing the peace is disturbing the peace is a legitimate crime, which is as simple as if I'm inside my house and it's night and you're standing outside my house and yelling and screaming for hours, that's disturbing the peace, you know? That's fine. And I get why loitering to a certain extent is a crime too, in the sense that I don't want some strange guy just standing in front of my house for hours and hours and hours and end. Even if he's not doing anything, it's weird, right? Now, that wouldn't be a crime because, as far as I know, there are no anti loitering laws in my neighborhood. Like my residential neighborhoods usually don't have no loitering laws. They're usually around businesses where ne'er do wells will hang out and lay about, you know? You know what you call Freddie Mercury on roller skates? Um, Rolaids. Hilarious. It's an HIV joke. Oh, come on, Elise S. You don't seem to remember the media onslaught of alarmism associated with HIV. If in fact the government had taken it seriously like they do now, they would have made it illegal for everyone to have sex until they came up with a vaccine for it. A landlord claimed that men were ruining his marble floor because of the pee splashing over the urinal. Someone sued the landlord, saying peeing standing up is normal. Well, why would they have to sue the landlord if the landlord was claiming that men were ruining his marble floor? Didn't the landlord have to launch that suit first? Yeah, I remember AIDS quilt. It's like the gayest thing in the history, so why would I not not remember it? Yeah, I mean, sure, people wanted the government to do more, but you seem to forget that the government didn't create a disease and is not responsible for solving it. You know, that's what pharmaceutical companies do, is come up with drugs. It's not the government's job. Only idiots think that because there's a problem unsolved that the government needs to do something. So it's like that just makes the problem worse usually. Uh-oh. Wait, never mind. We don't need to panic yet. What joke was in poor taste? You mean the AIDS quote being super gay? That wasn't a joke. That was accurately describing the unfortunate reality of that particular awareness raising campaign. The landlord who was seeking $2,000 in damages. I see. So he got countersued, basically. He didn't get sued. He lost his case on the grounds that people pee standing up. You're crooked, apparently, Jack. Which is why Jeff Shaw wants to set you straight. They considered every other disease a public health crisis. The Reagan administration turned their eye. Well, I mean, who is supposed to make them, though? Elise asks. What other diseases were public health crises that the Reagan administration devoted a bunch of resources to that they could have devoted to HIV that they didn't? How is the government supposed to solve this problem? It's not the government's job. Well, I mean, they try random shit and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And have they solved cancer? The government? The government's not researching cancer. Were you under the mistaken impression that the government has scientists working on cancer research? That's not correct. There may be government money going to fund some cancer research, but it has nothing to do with the government. That's just people deciding to direct taxpayer resources towards that. I mean, the Center for Disease Control exists purportedly to be a centralized information hub regarding contagious diseases. Unfortunately, as we've learned, it seems to do an incredibly shitty job of providing information in a frame that's worth anything. But that's government for you, you know. The thing to remember, Elise S., is if you don't trust doctors and pharmaceutical companies to solve a problem, why in the world would you trust the random schmucks who get themselves elected to office to solve the problem? When the only thing they're good at is getting themselves elected to office. I mean, they're not any smarter than you or me. They're substantially dumber than me. And they don't have any better or clearer vision than you or me. They have substantially less clear vision than I do. Why would we trust them, of all people, to solve a problem? They're not competent or capable. Right. But the thing is, that's not a good thing. Complaining that the government didn't do more with AIDS is like complaining that the government doesn't standardize public education more. Yes, it's true. They seem to care more about math than because they're spending more energy standardizing it. But that's not good for math, and you don't want to be treated like math then. You know? How did he oversee it? You can't oversee an epidemic. You can oversee a department that provides people information about diseases. That's possible. But the epidemic oversees itself. Anytime we attempt to sort of delegate out from ourselves responsibility to an empowered and funded organization with sort of vague goals, like be in charge of this stuff, and there's not any consumer end to it. In other words, they don't have to be accountable to consumers. You get a fucking disaster. Where does accountability come from? Accountability comes from people paying for things. So, because I went to the doctor's office down there with Rachel, and we paid out of pocket for the nurse practitioner, she and they are accountable. In other words, I expect results, and if they don't do a good job, I've got good reason to complain, because I start with this. I did not pay you my hard-earned money so that you could not do your job. You need to fulfill your positive obligation that was conferred upon you by my paying you money. And that's way, way more powerful than my insurance company paid you for this, and I'm not happy with the service you're providing. Well, your insurance company's happy, and they're the ones paying us. You know, it's like school. If if I am an adult who pays for a tutor to teach me something, like French, or pays for a typologist to type me, then I've got every expectation and reason to believe that I'm more or less in control of that time. I'm making sure that it's being used as I want it to be used because I'm the one paying for it. If you've got a child who's being now look what happens with public education. You've got children when they go to school, the government gives the school money. So what is the school interested in more than anything else? Making sure the children go to school. Not and who to whom are they accountable ultimately? Well, they're accountable to the state. And for what are they accountable? For attendance records. Not anything else. Because that's where the money is. When Rachel was being treated by an HMO slash state insurance, what happened? Well, the insurance company and the healthcare provider worked together to compromise on how much money the health insurance people had to waste on this, mental health theater thing to justify that they're doing something. The mental health theater people want them to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. The health insurance people want to pay $1 every day. But there's no way either of them is going to get out of a long-term arrangement because, after all, the client's irrelevant. The client is the mental health provider, not the patient. And, I mean, the client is the government, not the patient. And the provider is providing services to the government, not the patient, because that's who's paying them. Presumably, these services are supposed to help the patient, but the government doesn't know what the patient needs and has no way of diagnosing that. They have to trust the mental health professionals, but the mental health professionals aren't working for the patient. They're working for the government. So, at least that's the point is the discovery of HIV meds was not linked to government action. So don't be disingenuous when you're responding. My point is not that solving AIDS is a bad thing or that we shouldn't have drugs for HIV and AIDS. My friend's Corey's dad, he's been on a life-saving cocktail of HIV suppressing drugs for years. Note, the state taxpayers are paying for that, right? He's not paying for it out of pocket. So there's that, but regardless, the point is, even if certain advances in AIDS drugs were attained via government-funded research, and government sometimes funds part of a research project. Usually they don't fund the whole thing. And one might very well agree that it's not a terrible use of taxpayer money, but of course, what you have to think about how people actually are, not how we wish they were. So how are people actually? Hey, what am I? I'm an expert in writing grant proposals that get free government money. You're a sciencey person who wants to get a grant to work on something. Here, let's do a grant proposal for this. It links to a topic that the government's giving money for. So most of the money from government funds go to grant proposals that are well-written grant proposals. And what makes a well-written grant proposal? It's specifically designed to get money from the government, not anything else. That's how the world works. So the best studies, the most progress making science is always done by companies who see profit in something. Now, the beautiful thing about a new fucking disease, HIV or whatever, is there's plenty of naturally occurring impetus for companies to generate solutions. Namely, there aren't any, and any new drug that does provide a solution will be extremely profitable. So that's why we don't need to, and we're making a mistake in thinking that it's a good idea to blame the organization that's responsible for a monopoly of use of force. So what is the government? What is the state? It's that which has a monopoly on use of force, and that's its primary nature, and all of its duties follow from that. When we try to expand its duties beyond its scope, we harm everything we're trying to help. So what I'm telling you, Elise S., is not that you're wrong. It's that your way of thinking necessarily makes what you want to happen less likely. So you're not just wrong. You're wrong in a self-destructive fashion, or in a self-advocacy destroying fashion. Whatever it is you're advocating for becomes less likely to happen when you allow that kind of thinking to predominate. And you're right. Sure, the Christian thing to do is to save sick people, and that's absolutely great for individual Christians and such. And government should never, ever attempt to be responsible for any sort of positive obligation, kind of moral Christianity thing, because government is secular. The only time any government is acceptable, good, decent, just, or true is when it is secular, entirely secular. So we need to restrain it to secular matters. No, I didn't say Christian values were wrong. I said Christian values are great. I'm just pointing out that we don't want the government involved in the magical thinking realm at all. So, yes, sure, positive moral indications provided by Christianity are great, and they require magical thinking. They're not entirely secular, and they're not the business of government, accordingly. Because government has to be secular because it represents everybody in the group regardless of their magical thinking. And therefore, it's got to excise magical thinking entirely from the matter. What I mean by secular is it can't justify things by appeals to positive moral indications. It can only justify things by appeals to negative moral obligations, and if it does make appeals to positive moral indications, they've got to be so universalized that they don't link to any particular set of values or religion or magical thinking kind of thing. I'm not opposed to universal health care in the sense that if we were to have, our current health care system is terrible, right? Because it's predicated on health insurance rather than on a single payer system. A single payer system would be preferable to our current system, but still not as good as simply having everybody pay for everything. If you wanted to have a meaningful system, remember Elise S., you are fixating on the health of this tree, whereas I'm telling you, you're burning down the whole forest. And that's worse. Yes, sometimes trees get sick, but we want to preserve the ability of the forest to survive for future generations. We don't want to cut off our own nose to spite our face. And that's what you're saying we should do. So, the thing is, the reason we should have everybody pay out of pocket for medical costs is because in the status quo, everybody is paying more, at least listen carefully. Listen very, very carefully to this. This is super important. Right now, everybody is paying way more for every medical procedure by paying into their health insurance than they would if they had no health insurance and paid out of pocket. Because health insurance produces a lot of needless, unnecessary, undesirable, bad medical action on the grounds that nobody's paying for it. This raises premiums, and that means, of course, everybody's paying for it. The thing is, if society is going to subsidize people's health care, then what it should do is subsidize, and this is this is a real solution. Listen carefully to what a real solution sounds like, okay? Because this is super important. The government should, if they're going to subsidize it at all, should subsidize what you would call catastrophic health care insurance, which is very high deductible. So you basically can never use it, but if something catastrophic happens to you, you're not a free rider. You're paid for. Now, in that instance, you have the natural market forces that cause people not to go get unnecessary medical procedures, not to waste time, energy, and well-being attending to medical matters that aren't even matters, getting tests that aren't even possibly going to show you anything. Not doing that. You have the natural market forces helping to control the behavior of people on both ends. Plus, you no longer have two sets of prices. In the status quo, there are two prices. There's the price that I pay, which is $130 for a doctor's visit with the nurse practitioner, plus another approximately the same for the tests. Then there's the price that the health insurance company pays for the exact same thing, which is something approximately around $800 or $900, maybe $1,000. In other words, it's 4 or 5 times as much. Now, Elise S. thinks that we can pretend that that's sustainable, that that's okay, that because we're all paying through a middleman, that it's fine that things cost, that people pay 4 to 5 times more for things than they actually should cost. That that's okay. It's all part of the bureaucracy, right? That's not okay. And that's why the only way to meaningfully universalize healthcare is exactly as I said. Go ahead and have your health insurance mandate, but mandate it in the same way that you do car insurance. It's a catastrophic medical care insurance policy that prevents people from being free riders if they experience a severe, expensive medical situation. And then by returning the medical profession to where everything properly belongs, which is subject to free market forces, you drive way down the cost of healthcare, and doctors and nurses and other practitioners have to operate like other businesses do and be sane. And the world is thereby saved. Note, some small percentage of people might be worse off and die more soon because of this change. There will be some preventative healthcare stuff that isn't done. There will be various harms as well. But that's how it is with, say, fires in the forest, right? If you never let a fire naturally burn away some of the forest, then eventually you have this huge conflagration that can never be put out because it's a firestorm of epic proportions because you prevented the natural curative processes from happening. That's the same thing true in markets as it is in environmental ecosystems. And yes, Alec T is correct. I am right about this. So you would have to choose for yourself. No, I mean, the thing is, currently we have a healthcare mandate, a health insurance mandate that I'm not obeying. The reason I'm not obeying it is because I don't want all those things that come with the health insurance. I don't want preventative care. I don't want you to cover these things. I want a very low premium, very high deductible healthcare insurance. Because that way, if I do get cancer or whatever, I'm not going to go bankrupt. It's not a waste of my money to pay premiums into it because they aren't very big. I never go to the doctor, so I'm not feeling like, oh, I better go to the doctor or else my money's just going down a hole, you know? So it's like all of these things are realities for individual human beings. I don't want your universal health care. I've not found, look, Elise S., forcing people to opt into a universal plan. I don't care if it's communism or not. Labels are not the point here. Labels are not the point. The point is this, that if you try to remove money from the healthcare equation entirely, in other words, make it a public thing, you harm everyone's well-being in the short and long term. Okay? When you allow people to actually solve problems the way people normally do, they get solved. So what made it such that Rachel stopped being insane after 10 years of poorly treated bipolar mania? It was me paying a premium price out of me and her, paying a premium price out of pocket for a carefully researched and selected psychiatrist. Cash money. And then she was cured. So the thing is, data and numbers and proof are not needed here, at least. That's because I'm making mechanism arguments. I'm saying the mechanism of good health for any ecosystem is the honest, actual consequences being allowed to occur. When we try to prevent the natural consequences of an ecosystem operating healthily from occurring because we don't like some of those consequences, we harm the integrity of the ecosystem as a whole and ultimately destroy civilization in the process. So what I'm saying is not something you need data and numbers for. It's something you need to understand the mechanisms in place. That lying comes in lots of different ways. Health insurance is a form of lying. I'm not health insured when I pay my health insurance. It does not insure me at all. It doesn't ensure that I'm not going to get sick. It doesn't ensure that if I am sick, I'm going to be healed or treated. It doesn't ensure anything. It just ensures that now my health is not a relationship between me and somebody I hired. It's a health insurance company doing business with somebody else to provide services for me according to their mutual terms, not mine. Sign up for what? I mean, the thing is, nobody should be able to sign up for a program that lets them waste infinite money on non-medical problems on the grounds that somebody else is paying for it. Right? Nobody should be able to sign up for that. That's a terrible idea, right? Elise? We're in agreement about that. We don't want to empower people or organizations. We don't want to empower some central organization, be it a health insurance company or whatever else. We don't want to empower them to take over or hijack our relationship with our own body and our own medical professionals. Hello.
Hello, hi.
Hi, what's up?
I have a question. So I have to annotate this sample essay the teacher gave me. Can we just go over it? Because I don't know. She evidently wants to get something out of it, but I'm not quite sure what the qualities of this essay are.
What's it about?
It's about this short story.
All right. Well, are you gonna share? You want to share it with me or what?
Yeah, I'll share the short story and the essay with you. They're both very short, relatively speaking. I mean.
Okay. Are you sharing it with me on Google Docs or emailing me?
No, email.
All right.
Thanks, you.
Yeah. Do you want to talk on the phone or you want to go to Google Meet?
Google Meet would probably be easier. Actually, no, I'll just call you. It'll be faster. It doesn't really make a difference.
Okay. I don't think you shared it yet.
No, I've not. I'm sending it right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna have him call you on his phone. He has a phone now.
Okay, cool. All right, bye. God, I hate English stuff, you know? It's like, your stupid English teacher assignments are dumb and I don't like them, and annotate this. What do you mean, annotate this? Annotation is like, it's something you do because you feel the need to do it for some specific reason. It's not like a task you can assign somebody. I might annotate something if I have a reason to, not if I don't.
Hello?
Hi, furry.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Where's the thing? I still don't have it.
I emailed it to you.
Okay, well, I will look. I'm going to even add you to my contacts. That's pretty special. That makes you special, Jeffrey.
Thanks.
Yeah, usually
You're one
I
of-
just add
you're
people, I
one
put...
of 2 contacts I have. I have only 2 contacts in this phone.
Okay, well,
My parents aren't even in this phone.
you even got a name, Jeffrey, instead of the normal name that I put for people on the phone. That's my contact, which is Meow. Okay, so, here it is. I see it. I'm looking at it with my eyes. Iron Gate.
Yeah, it's a short story. So first let's read the short story, and then we don't have to analyze, but we have to go over the sample essay.
Okay, the men began to arrive early in the morning. It is drizzling. Hold on. Switch here. Okay. Oh, alright. Let me see. Alright. The men begin to arrive early in the morning. It is drizzling, a remainder from last night's downpour. The sky is still overcast, waiting for more rain. With more rain, they arrive singly and in groups, picking their way carefully through the wet elephant grass and pools of brown water that cover the dirt road leading to the company gate. They walk in silence, save for an occasional cough, as if disturbing the quiet that covers the neighborhood. Frogs and morning birds, luxuriating in the foul weather, call out greetings to each other. Occasionally an early car passes, splashing water at the men, and they swear and shake their fists at the receding rear lights. Sometimes the clouds shift to expose the sun's lazy progress in the sky, and soon the men can see the company's high walls with barbed wire and broken bottles embedded in the concrete at the top, and the towering iron gates at the front. The square company logo in its center glows like a live thing, huge and menacing. And for a moment, the men's hearts sank, but when they remember the distance they have come and the possibilities awaiting, they renew their resolve. The logo announces a multinational oil company owned by a consortium of Americans and Europeans and a few Nigerian ex-generals, and for the past 2 days its gate has been shut to the 500 men who turned up in response to an advertisement for 10 truck drivers and 2 gardeners. The management was overwhelmed by this excessive response. The men can congregate before the iron mass, ignoring the relentless drizzle. They exchange handshakes and nods and words of hope. They look exhausted even this early in the morning. Some are roomy-eyed from aborted sleep. Some are still heady from last night's cheap whiskey. Others are dizzy from accumulated hunger. Almost all are identically dressed in cheap plastic raincoats. A few have umbrellas folded beneath their arms. They carry transparent plastic bags in which their documents are carefully folded. Driver's licenses, birth certificates, testimonials, and letters of recommendation from driving instructors and past employers. Most of the documents are moldy from long storage. The sun is almost out from the clouds now, and the rain has ceased. The men keep coming, and already there are more than 400 of them ranged on either side of the road. They look as tiny and insignificant as ants before the big gates. Huge chains and bolts keep the gates locked from the inside. They can only be opened by uniformed guards. It is past 10 o'clock now. As the sun grows stronger in the sky, the men are becoming restive. A rumor is making the rounds that today they'll definitely be attended to. The men move about, glancing anxiously at one another and at the gate. Some knock on it, joking loudly, slapping each other on the back, but the jokes are weak and the laughter strained. They are all too aware they are competing for the same spots. All morning, whenever the gate opens to let a car in or out, the men will catch a glimpse of the company's grounds with gleaming cars parked beside neat lawns and water fountains, and the office buildings white with pink aluminum roofs looking like giant cakes in the sun. At such moments, the men's longing to get in, to be a part of this paradise, will become intolerable. Their eyes will glaze with fever, and they will throw themselves at the beckoning space, moaning with their million unnamed hopes, only to be forced back by the gates closing and the guards rapping at their hands and shoulders with their sticks. Then they will stare again at this huge iron barrier, measuring its towering barbed wire height, as if readying themselves to scale it. But after a while, the fever will leave their eyes, and their shoulders will slump, and their steps will drag as they mill about again with tired determination, and the melee will form again as another car passes. Midday finds most of them squatting in the gas by the roadside. Some lean against tall walls on either side of the gate. A few diehards will still run forward when the gate opens, but half-heartedly. They look at one another, and in their eyes is the beginning of the realization that today might not be attended to after all. Soon the working day will be over. Soon they will start the long trek back at home. The rain begins to pour heavily. Those with umbrellas hastily open them, and the men stand together in little groups, huddled like sheep in the cold. Some of them bring out little lunch packs and start to eat, sharing with those who have none. They eat in silence, furtively almost, their eyes steadfastly fixed on the entrance. They don't want to be caught unawares when the big gate finally opens. The day is not over yet. Okay, well, that was depressing. Now let's look at the other thing.
Yep.
In the months leading up to the Biafran War, many Nigerians, particularly from the upper class, doubted that a war would materialize. They claimed that the imminent war was merely over-exaggerated rumor with no substance behind it. The Nigerian citizens grew further into denial. The first inklings of conflict, and once the war became a reality, the Igbo citizens fought ardently and passionately for a vain hope of freedom and prosperity, despite the lack of preparation and resources that would hint the cause to be doomed from the start. Similarly, in the Iron Gate, throngs of Nigerian men arrived day after day at the gates of the oil company, vying for merely a few open positions to work at a paradise. In Helen Habilia's The Iron Gate, the author depicts the enticing nature of the oil company jobs compared to the men's current situations, and the passionate hope of the men to convey the destructive nature of blind hope and denial of reality. Helon describing the Nigerian men's situations compared to the gleaming jobs of the oil company to convey the enticing narrative of the job opportunities. As the men gather around the gates in large groups, they view the company's high wall with barbed wire and broken bottles embedded in the concrete at the top and to the towering iron gates at the front. The author begins with a depiction of the company as something clearly unattainable and unreachable, using imagery of high walls unable to be climbed and iron gates unable to be penetrated. The exclusivity of the oil company property adds to the enticing nature and draws in the curiosity of the people. When the gates opened, they reveal a glimpse of the company's grounds with gleaming cars parked outside neat lawns, blah, 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 blah. Helen uses polysyndeton in his long list of attractions in the oil company's grounds with the excessive use of and. Helen establishes the yearning of the eager Nigerians as they are bombarded with many sights and visually stimulating imagery. The simile compares the roofs to giant cakes, again depicts the enticement of the Nigerian men. Comparing the roof to a delicacy conveys the irresistible nature of a job at the company. Finally, Helen depicts the current situation of the workers. And then there's a big quote. The repetition of... through the short description of the situation of people in Nigeria, Helen establishes and provides the reasons why men might be so desperate for the jobs. The repetition of the word cheap juxtaposes with the lavish and luxurious paradise within the gates of the oil company. Finally, the inclusion of the men's dizziness from the pangs of hunger establishes a sense of desperation and gives reason for the blind faith of the men who are enticed by the promises of a better life of the company. After establishing the passionate desire of the men, Habila describes the destructive nature of the hope and the men's rejection of reality. Helen describes the effects of the short glimpse into the gates of the company. He depicts the intolerable desires of the men whose eyes will get glazed with fever and they will throw themselves at the beckoning space, moaning with their million unnamed hopes. Through the vivid imagery of insatiable desires, Allen conveys the excruciating pain within the men caused by their longing for paradise. The use of diction with the word fever portrays hope as an infectious disease that consumes people and ultimately leads to their demise. The scene also highlights the animalistic side of the men who can only be controlled by guards rapping at the hands and shoulders with sticks. Allen describes the hope as somewhat intoxicating. After a while, the fever would leave, blah, blah, blah. After the rush from getting a taste of the hope and a new life, eventually the men are left hungover from the rush of emotions. The imagery of slumping shoulders and dragging feet conveys the exhaustion and the physical toll that the hope takes on the men. However, they do not rest, but simply continue to push their bodies on in the vain hope they might obtain their dream. The men's depiction early in the story as they begin to gather shows them as exhausted even this early in the morning. Some are rheumy-eyed from lack of sleep. The fact that the men are tired after a night when they should have slept demonstrates the extent that hope has consumed them. The diction and imagery of rheumy-eyed men and aborted sleep conveys a sense of sickness and death as men walk around with eyes that are glazed over and bloodshot, again showing the destructive nature of hope. Finally, Helen clearly calls for change and advises the men to accept reality. In the second half of the story, she shifts from the present to future tense verbs as if aware of the future and the events that will transpire. Through using the future tense, Helen conveys to the reader that this constant ritual of gathering at the gate and desperately hoping for a job is a repeated event, one that occurs day after day in a routine and monotonous manner. Helen conveys the point that, regardless of hope, reality is not subject to change, and he urges the men to abandon the hope that has turned them into animals and injured them. In the Iron Gate, Helen establishes the futility of blind hope and denial of current situations. The Biafran War was doomed from the start, yet people believed that though hope and determination, anything is attainable. Helen argues this is not so. Although through highlighting the destructive and manipulative nature of hope, Helen urges the men not make the same mistake as the Biafrans, a mistake that ultimately led to the death of thousands of Igbo in the conflict. Okay, so what's the point of that essay?
Exactly my question. It doesn't seem like that great an essay to me, to be honest.
Well, I think its point is the whole essay could be written as follows. It could be, for these men who are in desperate financial straits, the promise of a job becomes an addiction to a false hope of sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's clearly the case.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, what's the point? The point is that it's like how it was in the Igbo War, where they fought even though they were doomed. I mean, if any message for that, it should be something like, these people need to stop assuming they can find solutions via existing approaches, and probably need to initiate some action of their own to change their circumstances in less conventional ways. I mean, it's true that these men are doing solvency theater. You know, they're standing there on this false hope that they're going to be hired and that's going to solve their problems. But that essay doesn't tell us anything of any value whatsoever, as far as I can tell.
Right. It seems just to repeat a summary of the short story, really.
Right. So when you annotate it, you should point out, like, for various things, super obvious, no warrant, or, you know, doesn't go anywhere with the warrant, right? Yes, yeah. The author is establishing that these people are not engaging hope in a successful fashion, but that's not analysis. That's just pointing out the obvious. And the linkage to this war is weak and tacked on, has no business being there at all. It's an arbitrary and artificial frame around the whole thing. There's no real thesis. And when she says, you know, very promising thesis, that's not a promising thesis. That's a terrible thesis, you know? A good thesis for this short story would be something like, it's a story about frame lock, that, in fact, the author is trying to convey that when we're locked in our own frame of reference into seeing things as a clear distinction between us and them, utopia and misery, then we disable our own capacity to have our own agency and create real change, because we're trying to delegate responsibility for our own state of being to somebody else's offers and stuff. You know, that would be a meaningful. It would be a meaningful bit of analysis anyway. It would be analyzing the poem to create meaning that matters, rather than simply describing the fact that these people are basically addicted to an easy but almost certainly not going to happen thing. It's like they're addicted to the lottery, you know?
Yeah.
Well, if I just win the lottery, then I won't have to worry about my problems anymore. It's just a way of being escapist about stuff and not accepting that you're responsible for your own agency.
Yeah.
So that's what I have to say about that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, it's kind of hard because I have to annotate this essay. God.
Well, then annotate it like I said. You know, put lines to things and say, terrible thesis. Put lines to things saying, warrant doesn't do any work. It merely describes what the author is presenting. There's no analysis. There's no movement of analysis from point A to point B. It's just It's just saying, yeah, hope can be destructive if you do it like that. Well, that's not really hope, is it? It's more like, um,
Addiction.
it's more like abdicating your own responsibility to find real solutions in favor of gambling.
Yeah.
Okay, so say those things. You know, all the things I just told you, write them down as annotations, and make sure don't let your mother, no matter what, do not let your mother make you be nice in annotating it. Remember, you can't actually do any real work while concurrently trying to fake doing work. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
All right.
all right, talk to you later.
Thank you.
Bye. There. I'm done working now. You guys got to hang out with me while I was at work. That makes work not so bad. I mean, I didn't think the prose was awful. Do you think the prose was awful? He pays me. And as such, he gets a good job from me, you know? If he were just calling me up to chat about literature, I'd say, I don't want to fucking talk to you about that boring ass shit. You know? I do like them. The reason I let them pay me to do this stuff, work that I don't like, is because I like the people. I don't think the prose here is bad. I will say this, that this is somebody who's written a short story with no dialogue whatsoever in it. It's possible to do that and be very successful in your short story writing, but it's rare. And only the very best writers can do it. So the very, very best writers write short stories and other kind of fiction without much dialogue and pull it off. This guy didn't really, though. I mean, I'll agree with Horse Mumbler there. It's not great prose. It moves too slowly and too vignette-y, you know. But it's not badly written. It's not like L. Ron Hubbard or something. You want to talk about somebody who does not know how to even write in English? It seems like it's L. Ron Hubbard. That guy's. I tried to read Battlefield Earth just because I'm a science fiction fan. I decided I'd try to read it one time. Oh my god, it's like written by a 12-year-old. I mean, saying that the point of that story is that hope can be destructive is really like it's super weak sauce. It's super analysis theater, you know? Like, well, I gotta write this essay. I gotta come up with some kind of fucking horrible bullshit thesis. The teacher wants me to use literary devices, so I'm gonna talk about how they use synecdoche by using the word and so much. I mean, come the fuck on. You don't even need to describe it like that. It's like be more real with things. You know, you don't even need to use that term, right? The author creates this litany and connects each one with an and, as though to establish clearly that each of the instances within the litany is independently and distinctly worth noting as an issue or something. Yeah, it's like a better way to say it than use a synecdoche to me. Yeah, I was also given Strunk and White's little book at a formative age. I always, my mom swore by that book. The point about literary analysis is back in the day when it was understood well, it was understood to be a way of practicing doing analysis. But it's no longer understood like that. It's instead understood as a way of linking things you read to things you're supposed to learn about. And that's, you know, and as a consequence, in general, people who aren't going to use the power well shouldn't learn the power of making cases, because they're never going to make a good case, and their shitty half-assed case is worse than no case at all. I mean, I'm not going to go that far, Boba Fett. I don't think that there's never any point to analyzing literature or works of art. It is a form of argumentation that has some validity to it and interestingness to it. I've been like, but the thing is, here's where you get something from analyzing it. It's usually from analyzing poetry, because poetry can be it can have a lot of shit going on that you don't see right away, you know? Like, this poem that I was working with Jeffrey on was called, it was written right after World War One by a famous poet, and it's talking about a veteran coming back from the war and basically feeling as though he should be among his dead compatriots, basically survivor's guilt. And there was a lot of nuance in that poem. As we reread it and understood it more and more deeply, there's a lot of stuff going on there. It was a rich and juicy poem. And that's true a lot when I encounter good poetry. I think, wow, this is rich. This is deep, you know? Like Milton, when we were doing sonnets with Jeffrey, the Milton poem he chose was so much better than the Shakespeare sonnets, and so much more of an accomplishment. When you started getting into it and unraveling it, you realized what a masterwork this person had put together. Whereas Shakespeare's sonnets are just thrown out there. It's like Shakespeare's any Dom. I suspect Milton is any Tool. And for Shakespeare, it's quantity over quality, you know. The thing is, I try to aspire to be more like Milton when I'm doing poetry, because I understand that it's when I'm working on poetry, I'm not working on work for public consumption exactly in the way that Shakespeare knew he was. You know, when Shakespeare wrote his sonnets and wrote other things, he was selling that shit. It was his job. So he was tossing shit out left and right. Milton, on the other hand, he saw himself on a mission from God, like the Blues Brothers. And you can see it in his poetry. It's so much more complete, sophisticated, deep, deft, everything. Music is harder to analyze, a lot harder to analyze than literature, because it doesn't comprise primarily meaning. And the main thing is, the analysis with music is always different than the analysis with literature, and that analysis with music is always the same kind of thing. Here's why that was a good artistic decision, or here's why that was a bad artistic decision. That's the only kind of analysis there is in music, really. Whereas you can do a lot more analysis with literature, because, like I said, especially with poetry, you got these layers of meaning, and in fact, to richly engage with a piece of literature, well, it's like, for me, as an NE Dom, when I'm reading something, I'm always ideating off of it also. But that's not necessarily how most people approach things. And to really get what there is to be gotten from something, it requires you to engage it not merely as a receiver, but also as a putter of information. So, in that regard, making kids do literature analysis is trying to train them to use their own ideational ways to make other ideas more useful. You can't analyze a fart with NI, Peter Dentici. You can only analyze it with SI. The thing is about literature analysis, it depends, right? If you're afforded an open frame to analyze shit, then there's a lot of good things you can do with a piece of literature. For example, maybe I will do this after I'm done with this stream. Maybe I'll take a short piece of literature, I'll read parts of it out loud, or a poem or something, and I'll talk about how they link to cognitive functions. That's interesting literature analysis. So this poet is clearly trying to advocate or affirm a certain kind of value or certain perspective that's representative of whatever kind of cognitive function, remembering that while works of art exist independently of the people who made them, they don't. It is not the case that they are unrepresentative of something about the person who made them. When they're completely unrepresentative of the person who made them, then they are truly archetypal, and there's nothing particular to be gleaned from it at all. So if you tried to cognitively analyze me based on the song, What's the Big Problem? So he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming. To blame things on Scott, despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. So this is a song that if you were to analyze the writer of the song, you would say this is somebody who is probably effy and who's noted that some people in their lives let themselves be treated poorly by significant others in ways that train them to not respect themselves. You might conclude that I am one such person as a consequence for having written that song, or a number of different other things. The reality is with that song, it was a purposeful, willful attempt to make a song that resonated with women about their experience in an emotional way in order to be more popular, more accessible by a general population than some weird philosophy words or something, right? Something I've been working on trying to make so for a long time. So to that extent, a cognitive function analysis of my work would be misleading if it were about me, but nevertheless informative if it were about the work, and informative about me if you know this story, right? All farts have meaning. It's just not the kind of meaning you can articulate in words. You have to articulate the meaning in facial expressions like this. That's what that fart meant. Well, I mean, the thing about that, horse mumbler, is NI tells me this. Nobody ever really farts in reply. They just happen to have a fart ready and timed it to make it seem like a reply. It's always a fake out. Nobody can generate a fart in order to reply to somebody. So it's more like a happenstance event that is left unremarked upon to make it seem like a response. I mean, I think the facial expression links to SI there, horse mumbler, which only links to NI from your perspective as the evaluator. From my perspective as the smeller of the fart, I think it links to SI. I'm not enjoying the experience of the odor, is what that face says. I mean, that would be a substantial talent. A lot of people can burp on purpose, create burps on cue, but I don't know anybody who can fart, like say, oh, I don't have any fart in me. Well, make one right now. Okay, there you go. I don't know anybody who can do that. You think I'm countervaluing TE by not appreciating the utility of farting? Am I underappreciating the utility of farting? It's possible. I've been known to underappreciate the utility of things sometimes. It's true. I need to go get a. I need to go get a soda from the fridge. I'm tired of drinking coffee, I think. Hey, look. Now that it's cooled down, this cup went back to being red. It's like. But I bet you if Rachel hadn't said something about the cup being hot, I may have gone months without noticing that these cups change color when you put hot liquid in them. That's how just I'm not that attentive to the sensory world, you know? Things like that seem irrelevant to me. Why would that matter? How could that possibly be relevant to anything, I think? Well, it's relevant to the fact that, wow, look, the cup looks different. Okay. You know. Yes. Oh, yeah, that's neat. But it has zero lasting purpose, right? It's just neat. That's the most it can ever accomplish. No, it wasn't red. When you put hot liquid in it, it changes. It gets all bright and shiny colors. It's like yellow and green and different colors. Same thing with this blue cup. I'll show you what the blue cup looks like when you put hot liquid in it. I'll just microwave a cup of water, I guess. Okay, so you guys remember what the blue cup looked like, right? It looked different. It looked just regular blue. But pretty soon it's going to look different. When you look at it, you're going to be like, wow! That's so different. But anyway, hi, Zandy. Can you believe it, Zandy? On my little TE Polar video with the trash can, I got 30,000 views in the first 48 hours. There were some hours, I look at the stats, where in 1 hour I got like 2,500 views. It's like, wow, that's a lot of action. I feel like Action Jackson making flaxen. What are flaxen means yellow haired, right? Flaxen haired girl or something is blonde, I believe. You don't remember the blue cup. Well, that was your last opportunity ever to see it, so. I know, crazy, huh? Well, thanks, Sandy. It was a good short. It was put together for successful shortiness because it conveyed a clear idea in a very visual format. It also had a little bit of cognitive function stuff. I bet if I had left that off, it would have done even better, you know? Okay, you may remember this as that blue cup. What happened to the blueness of it? Why, it became different colors. And why? Because hot liquid's inside. You can see here at the top where the liquid's not there yet, or not there at all, it's still blue. But if I pour the liquid forward to make it be on there, then it unblues, you see? See it unblue? And then presumably it would re-blue. Yeah, so it's like when you don't have anything hot in this cup, it's totally dark blue. Now let's watch it return to blue. So I poured the hot water out. No longer is hot water maintaining the hot temperature in this cup. And you will see that gradually, as it cools down, it returns to its bluish hue. Bluish hue, bluish hue. Fill my eyes with bluish shoes. Love me with your bluish news. Bluish shoes, bluish shoes. Still hot. But I'm still trying to cool it down. Just have to wait. Be patient. Go like this. Wave it around in the air. Cool it down a little bit. Come on now, cup. Cool down. I'm cooling it down with my hand. I'm cooling it down with my will and my words. Charles Hoskinson? What's it about? Are you trying to teach me something or entertain me? Or are you trying to say, here's a guy like you, Eric. You'll like him because he's similar to you. That's not true. I'll probably hate him because he's similar to me and feel jealous and or hatey and or arguey. But if you say, I think you'll find this guy entertaining because you like that kind of shit, okay, then that's worth watching. If you're saying, I want you to learn something, just tell me what you want me to learn. Don't try to make me watch something. Slowly but surely, these little ladies on this cup will hide away from view. Have I seen? No, I haven't seen Jordan Peterson's latest claptrap. It's Time to Live. What was it before? It's always been Time to Live. That hasn't changed. That's not news. Is he saying enough of the COVID nonsense? I mean, he should have been saying that when I first said it, not now. Oh, good job, Jordan Peterson. Way to be right 2 years plus late. Right? I was right away. Maybe you could try that next time. Look how much darker it's gotten. Do you see? Do you see the magic of this cup? I mean, it's like, and what? He's going to get a lot of views and respect for that? Why? Because he's a tard like everybody else and didn't see this 2.5 years ago? I mean, 2 years ago? The video looks a bit like your stream background. What, just black? What would be cool is if he was talking about it and in the background of his screen you could see on one of his tabs one of my videos. Then he would be learning, right? He'd be caring enough to learn. Rather than just pontificating and not acknowledging that he needed to say this back when it needed to be said, not now. Now it's easy to say. It's easy to be right about COVID now. Oh, wow, Jordan Peterson's such a genius because he's right about COVID 2 years too late. Hey, yeah, this is really important. Yeah, I know, fucktard. I told you that 2 years ago. You know, why didn't he say, hey, everybody, this is really important. Listen, this is this guy, Eric, and he's really ahead of the game here, and you should all listen to him. Because he's not listening to me. That's why. He didn't even know I exist. Jordan Peterson does not even know I exist. So I can't really blame him for not listening to me. But somebody needs to force him to sit down and watch some of my videos and say, listen, Jordan Peterson, you must talk to this guy because he's exactly what you need. I mean, why would you... It's like Brett Weinstein. Talk about a fence sitter. Oh. Oh yeah, Brett Weinstein's another one of those evolutionists. I mean, how are you going to get anywhere with somebody who's got his whole career predicated on a false notion that psychology can be explained through evolutionary forces? It's like you're never going to get anywhere with a guy. He's not in the right frame of reference at all, and he's being in the right frame of reference threatens his entire professional identity. So that's what happens when you don't use TI enough and NE enough, and you use other functions. You end up being wrong about things. If you're going to be philosophizing or whatever, be right. Don't be stupid. Don't create that phenomenon. What Jack's pointing out. There's comments by people talking about how Jordan changed their lives. I mean, then Jordan Peterson has done something terrible. He has portrayed to people as though he has a singular solution that's going to change their life without them understanding anything. I mean, if you think that Jordan Peterson's an ENTP, well, enough said. If you think Jordan Peterson's an ENTP, Peter didn't teach you, it's highly likely that my gut on you being ISFP is correct. Because nobody who had any concepts of understanding what extroverted intuition was would have any misconception that Jordan Peterson might be an ENTP. You have to be completely NE blind. Oh, Brett. Yeah, well, I mean, he's just an idiot. He's an idiot who people think is smart, and that's the worst kind of idiot, really. He's smart at his ways and never questions his frames. And that's the problem, right? I don't think he's an ENTP. I think he's an ISFJ. I think Brett Weinstein is an ISFJ. And as an ISFJ, he's killing it in some sense. In terms of at least not being totally controlled by his FE tool or whatever. Yeah, I think that guy's an ESFP or an ENFJ, one of the two. He's immune to TI. It seems to just hit him and bounce right off. I do hate on other ENTPs potentially, but I don't know any really. Brett Weinstein might be, but I just really don't encounter them. I don't know any. I don't really have opinions about them, except for ones that are comedians, maybe. I mean, I hate on Obama some. Who's the founder of Cardano? Who is? Brett Weinstein? Oh, that video you're talking about. Okay, so you're trying to teach me something. I mean, it's not that I don't deny that you have things to teach me and I should probably learn them. So much as it is, what if I learn something that makes me feel even worse about not doing something I should be doing? Then what am I going to do? That won't help me. Then I'll just be like, God, I'm like an INTP. Where's my fucking SE? Why don't you do something? You know, why don't you act? But I'll watch it. I copied the link and I'll check it out real quick. Obama was a terrible ENTP, but he was a terrible ENTP because he had that unrealistic optimism that ENTPs have, but in a totally inappropriate context. You can't go into the presidency like that. You've got to actually understand politics, discourse. You have to be a civics nerd. And Obama was not that. I'm a civics nerd. So I would not go into the presidency overly optimistic, or thinking, just assuming, well, this will work or that'll work. I would know I'm going into battle with specific, narrowly construed and constructed attack vectors, and I'll try them and see what happens, and I'm ready for battle, proper, you know. Whereas Obama thought he was going to schmooze everybody. Despite being an ENTP, he had really gotten that third slot FE thing down by being managed well in terms of not being put in front of open mics for long stretches of time until after he was elected, at which point everybody ignored everything he was saying because he was bogged down in the TI details of things that were fundamentally wrong at the frame level. He was, so, you know, I do shit on him. I don't really shit on other ENTPs in general. Weinstein, or whatever his name is, deserves to be shit on because he doesn't want to take firm positions on identity politics stuff, even though he doesn't want to take the firm positions and make the clear affirmations that he was empowered to do and make because of his decision to not participate in No White People Day or whatever. The shit on that. Well, good for him, but you know, the SE part is irrelevant. It's the language part after the fact that matters, and you didn't use the right language. You didn't say the right words. When people don't say the right words, they create huge, catastrophic harms if they're in a position to be heard by a lot of people. So yeah, I mean, I hold people who have the bully pulpit to a high standard. In other words, stop. You know, it's like the people who left those comments for Jordan Peterson saying how Jordan Peterson changed his life. They're gonna realize that it was, you know, they embarrassingly threw faith at solvency theater. And it has no lasting value, and it can't change who they are, and it doesn't provide a meaningful map for why they are, and it doesn't provide them a meaningful way to love themselves regardless of their productivity. And because of that, nobody can ultimately believe in it long term. They can just, you know, pretend hard at it for a while, make a bunch of claims that they hope will turn true, like it changed their life, and ultimately feel embarrassed and possibly remove their comment because it's not. Things don't work like that in life. My favorite POTUS, Polk, James K., one-term president. Admire one-term presidents who purposely chose not to do a second term, not who didn't get elected for a second term. The ones who choose to be one-term presidents understand the job properly. They don't want the job, but they have to do it because nobody else is capable. But they'll only do it for 4 years because they got their own life too, you know. Which function is good at knowing what to say in the moment, like improvising, and what function struggles to figure out what to say in the moment? Extroverted intuition is the improvisational talking function. And even so, even an any dumb like me, sometimes has that horrible conversation with himself where you go, God, I wish I had said meow. So, you know, we're all susceptible to it because no matter how good you are at improvising, you're never as good at improvising as you are at taking some extra time to edit and polish that basic meow you improvised, right? So the thing is, for types who are frequently saying to themselves, God, I wish I could have thought of that in time, they're probably SI4. NE4, because I think your ISFJs and your ISTJs are most going to be aware of the failure to think of things on the spot. However, you'll also get that from, I think, NE5, for NI DOMs and both kind of NI DOMs because they're ignoring the extroverted intuition, and yet when all the pieces are in place, their NI reveals sort of retroactively what extroverted intuition would have generated had it generated the right thing at the moment. So I hope that's. I think that's a great explanation, even though it sounds kind of funnily convoluted. I mean, I don't know what type you are, Peter Dentici, and it's bad of me to speculate too much. But I would say that what you said there sounded like polar NE, because the main difference between Jordan Peterson and me, that anybody who looks at the two of us can see, is one of how we talk and what kind of intuition is predominant. It's very plausible that an individual could see plenty of introverted intuition in me, especially if you're talking about things like shorts. Shorts are the ultimate introverted intuition nuggets. But if you listen to me talk at any length, it's very clear that I'm extrovertedly intuiting. That is to say, I'm explaining some things as the need to explain them emerges and responsively to a lack of understanding, etc., right? In contrast, Jordan Peterson is explaining something that he has in full understood going in and wants to convey meow amount of information. It's a fundamentally different process. So to not be able to see that distinction between me and Jordan Peterson is suggestive of extroverted intuition polar, because when somebody's talking about when you're talking about your polar, you tend to mistake something else for your polar and vice versa. Okay, well, so if that were the case, Peter Dentici, that you weren't talking about JBP, then that should have been said before your 10:41 p.m. comment, right? Because then your 10:41 p.m. comment is rendered moot by the fact that I misunderstood who you were referring to. So yeah, it's true that if I misunderstood who you're referring to, then obviously we wouldn't draw conclusions that are based on an understanding of you referring to the person I thought you were referring to. So you wouldn't want to quibble then about whether the conclusions are correct when, in fact, what you simply need to do is inform me that, no, you weren't talking about that person, so that's not a good conclusion to draw. Instead, you wanted to try to trap me, right? So you think I'm an ISFP, eh? No, I meant what I said, that, in fact, that is indicative of extroverted intuition polar if you're not able to tell the difference between me and Jordan Peterson. And that statement remains as true as it did when I first said it. And your attempt to trap me failed and revealed the fact that you're not prioritizing what matters, which is informing me that I made a mistake in assuming you were talking in who you were talking to. Okay, well, that was a different comment, though, wasn't it? That wasn't the same one. Oh, no, it was. No, you're right. You're right. That's just my shitty SI. Now I remember. My bad. That was such a good little speech I just gave, too. It totally would have won if I had been right. Unfortunately, I was wrong, so I lost. That's true. You're not responsible for my SI, and that's why I have to sit here and wallow in my bucket of wrongness in front of you, supping it down. Ugh, it's awful. I hate it when you make me drink my own wrongness. It's like drinking a bucket of cold pee. It's not even my own pee, except it is mine. That's what makes it double gross. It's like you peed in a bucket, and I realized it was my pee, and then I had to drink it. Yeah. If my premise had been correct, my rightness would have been assured. It's those darn incorrect premises that got me again. Why can't logic just do away with the need for premises to be correct? Life would be so much easier then. So, you know, I will tell you this important fact. I'm currently, I thought it would be good and helpful and and nice for both of us, for Rachel and I to work on a recording project together. And so we didn't get to. I mean, she didn't have a whole lot of energy today. I think that whole trip kind of wore her out a bit, and I don't think she really felt up to this. And then we were gonna go to Guppies, and then we ended up taking a nap instead. So basically, we didn't do anything. But that's not the point. That's not what I'm here to tell you about. Is us not doing anything on this project. What I'm instead here to tell you about is that I did set it up so it's ready for her to record maybe tomorrow if she feels like it. And what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is I've got the drums and the guitar and a guide vocal track done. Rooting here won't do any good, but rooting more and more my style. I see that your ways of spending more is good, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. And that's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. But still I need get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I see the simple ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale, our capacity to laugh, the sense to know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf? I tried to stream, distract, and turn the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. But still I need get out of me what's inside my head. And still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow, I call harm. Blues that sing clear down to the bone. Down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily. Unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call harm. Blues that sing clear down to the bone. Still I'm sad, still I'm sad for me, sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone. Oh yeah. Tonight we're bringing the songs and sounds of the sensual 60s with nothing but love songs from now until morning light. We got a request out there from Jack Torrance for the song I Will Always Love You. He wants to play it to his friend Timothy, who's in the hospital with stomach cancer. Here you go. This is for you, Timothy, from Jack. And I will always love you. Wow, that really meant a lot to Timothy. Don't doubt that he greatly enjoyed your request. request than the song that I played for him from you. I'm not making a new song now. I'm just live streaming telling you how to do things that you need to learn how to do. Like making beef stew. Like putting on your shoe. Or painting something blue. Things you need to know how to do. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. You got to learn how to do the things you need to know how to do. You got to learn it. And this is where you learn. I'm the teaching guy who teaches every turn, which time you've got to take, when you got to go, what you got to do, what you got to bring, and so forth. Then you'll know how to do everything. And you'll finally be happy. And everyone will sing, wow. Looks like Jack now knows how to do everything. Looks like Jack now knows how to do everything. Oh yeah. Looks like Jack knows now how to do everything. Oh yeah. Looks like Jack knows how to do everything. Well, you asked me to rhyme the word purple. Well, I could burp. Will that be good enough for you? I don't know if that counts because it's 2 words and not 1. Although the rhyme sounded pretty good, better than turd, for example, which wouldn't have rhymed with purple at all. Would made me feel small and inadequate, incapable, incompetent, not very good at doing what you asked me to do. Hurdle is another word that could rhyme with purple, that's true. Although it's a different consonant, you know that. But you could see how you use it as a rhyme. As a matter of fact, it's the kind of rhyme that's commonplace in rap nowadays. Fertile ground to plant plants in. I said it's fertile ground to plant plants in. I said it's purple ground to plant plants in. Orange or silver, okay. Orange first. Arrange these plants on the shelf so that the silver ways of them will endure. Milk, sir, which is important to drink for good solid bones. If you don't have solid bones, you need more calcium, Jones. Your name is Jones, and you're somebody with a stark calcium deficiency. Do you want to get osteoporosis? Do you want to get osteoporosis? Do you want to get osteoporosis? Osteoporosis, osteoporosis, osteoporosis makes your bones break. Yeah, osteoporosis makes your face shake. Yeah, osteoporosis is for old folk. Yeah, osteoporosis is you broke your hip. Now what is the deal? Osteoporosis, what is the deal? Osteoporosis, what is the deal? Osteoporosis plus mesothelioma. First I got my osteoporosis. Then I got mesothelioma. Then I got some more osteoporosis. Then I got more mesothelioma. I got osteoporosis and mesothelioma constantly attacking each other. Which one will win and which one will lose, or will I be dead in the river? First, the osteoporosis will break all my bones. Then the mesothelioma inside of me owns all of my air until I can't breathe no more. And then what do? I've got death soon in store. Because why? Osteoporosis plus mesothelioma. 2 pre-existing conditions that make it vastly more likely for me to die from COVID. How will I die from COVID? That is the only question. Will I die from COVID by having a heart attack then? It's possible I could die from COVID by being hit by a bus. Regardless, we can be sure nevertheless that the COVID is causing all of this. Yeah, because COVID's responsible for every death. Liver doesn't rhyme with silver. Liver rhymes with giver. Liver rhymes with river. Liver rhymes with the thing that I piver. Piver means put in your face. It's a verb that means put in your face. So, that was fun. That was fun. Omicron is a fun word. Omicron. Go ahead and Omicron this up your cron hole. Oh, don't worry, this is Omicron. That means you can crom it in any cron hole you want. It goes in any cron hole. It's the universal adapter. That's what they call AMA. AMA means everything. Oh my cron. That's how they should pronounce it. Oh my cron. Oh micron. Drag, you have an interesting question? Those are my favorite kind of questions. Ooh, do share. Do share your interesting question with me. I wish to be interested by your interesting question. Morbidly Obtuse would be a good name for a band. Very true. Excellent, excellent work there, Horizontal Blur. Morbidly Obtuse is a fantastic name. What genre would they be? Well, I mean, if they wanted to live up to their name, they'd be prog rock. They'd have like 8-minute songs of spoken word and esoteric mumbling. If any is metaphysical action, and the only action functions are SE and NE, is the process of using TI, thinking through the logic of words and parsing the correct answer from objective information, a specific way of taking mental action. If so, how does that work for ISTPs? Well, I mean, the thing is, with introverted thinking in an ISTP, I make arguments. They check those arguments for consistency within themselves. In other words, they're not generating any of the words they're evaluating. It's just my arguments. When I'm using TI, I'm using it not just on other people's words, but on my own words as well. So my relationship with it is much more complicated than just simply a deliberation function that figures out the status of something. FI and TI both do that. They convert time and attention into certainty regarding the status of something in different ways. FI and TI do. And so, are they a form of mental action? Well, they're a form of attention, which is to say, you can't think about something without paying attention to it. And you can't spend time with your feelings about something without paying some kind of attention to it. So they're both kinds of attention. But when I call any an action function, what I'm saying is any creates the kind of shit that either TI or FI might attend to. If you have both of them, if you have any TI, then I'm both creating my own ideas, trying to figure out if they make sense, and also critiquing other people's ideas for why they don't make sense, mostly, and occasionally not having much to say because it does make sense. And that's sort of the fundamental unfairness of the TI person. TI people comment a lot when things don't make sense, and they don't have anything to say at all when things do make sense. So when an individual is using TI or SI or something else, aren't they doing some sort of action in their heads? Well, they're paying attention, they're converting time via attention into some ontological change, either updating their map, or determining the status of something and where to put it on the map. Like, so TI and FI are like, okay, there's this thing here. Where do I put it on the map? I'm feeling really bad about it. So I know what it is on the map very concretely right now. It's like, it's this pain-causing thing. But where do I put it on a larger map? Is this indicative of I've done something wrong? That's why I'm experiencing pain? Somebody else has done something wrong? Or is this an unavoidable reality such that there were no perfect options and this was the best of the available options? You know, how I feel about it and how I should think about it are different questions, right? So, paying attention to those things involves, I mean, is TI an action function? Not really. It's like, it's more, but that doesn't meow. In other words, it's recognizing where a given where the given remnants of actual action, namely someone's words, failed to meet your expectations when your expectations are predicated on the expectation that words mean things and that sentences make sense. Well, that's only if they wanted to live up to their name, Horsemover. If they wanted their name to be ironic, they could do super short pop songs. So I just made sense to you? Thank you. I mean, what, are you telling me that this whole time you've been hanging around here, you've been waiting for something to make sense, and it took this long? I am sorry to make you wait so long. That's terrible of me. I should have made sense long before now. I guess it was still the very beginning where I was getting set up, you know? We're still, like, we're coming near to the end of the beginning part where I'm still setting things up. I think I finished pre-working setup time around 10 years after I start, and that's when the real beginning of the channel is. I think the real beginning of the channel is probably 2024 will be the real beginning. I've been stood up from that first date you asked me on. I didn't stand you up. I told you, I explained to you. I got into a situation where I had to wait around for the police to provide my witness testimony because the people in front of me crashed into each other and then started hitting each other with things. And it's like, well, I better stay around and say what happened because I'm the only one who can objectively state how things are, you know, because these guys both are all emotionally involved in it. They're not going to be disinterested parties. And you said, well, that's a pretty good excuse, Eric, but it seems like in your heart you didn't really believe it. Isn't that true? You still haven't taken off that prom dress. It's strange because we weren't even going to a prom. I explained to you. We were going to mud wrestle. So, you know, you thought it was a euphemism for prom, but I meant it literally. We were going to go mud wrestling. I mean, I wasn't going to mud wrestle. You were, and along with these other people, these chicks in bikinis and stuff, but I was just going to watch. Well, formal for mud wrestling, which is bikini. I expected you to understand that. That's a lot more formal when you're in mud wrestling than having it ripped off of you, which is less formal. ISTPs are polar. How can they be so creative with their SE and TI? Like Indiana Jones being creative with the handling of confrontations and challenges. Well, I mean, it's like, okay, here's a perfect example of NI, not NE, that might be described as creative in some way. So, Indiana Jones runs around the corner. There's a guy. He's got his swords. He's whipping them around, right? And Indy goes, and then runs on. That is not NE. That is not a creative solution to the problem. That's a very NI solution to the problem, right? It's like, hold on a second. I don't need to be frame walked by his sword handling into thinking that this is a fight involving swords. I can just shoot him. Neither ETH nor ADA is going to make anyone rich just by holding. But both look to be major marketplaces in the future. So it is true in some sense that Indy was thinking out of the box in that he didn't allow himself to get frame walked by the in the way that the audience was getting frame walked, right? Okay, this is a big boss guy because he's so fancy with the swords. We were getting frame walked as the audience members, and Andy made it funny by not getting frame walked and using NI, SE. So when someone is taking judgmental action with deliberative function, they're not taking action per se, they are just experiencing sense of rightness. Well, what they're doing is when they're paying attention to whether something upholds against their expectations to determine its legitimacy, then other people aren't seeing that because they're still in process. Well, let's say you've already determined something's legitimacy. You've done that process. It's complete. And then because it's, let's say you've done it with TI, and then somebody else repeats the thing that you've already done the process on. Well, then you can go to NESI. So for non-intuitives, NE works like this. It works like SI's kept track of these ideas you generated at that time, and then it remembers them and repeats them now in response to this. It's prepared for it. You had your turn. You caught this person unprepared. They've gone away. They've thought about it. You made the mistake of repeating the same move next turn. Now they're prepared and have an answer for it, right? That's how NE works for people who aren't NE DOMs or tool users. For me, it still works that way, but it doesn't only work that way. It's true that lots of shit that I say that's TI thought out is thought out ahead of time, but it's also true that lots of shit I say I sort of come to understand it to be the case as I'm saying it for the first time in front of everybody. So it's both for me. What's ETH? Everything that hollers. Everything that hollers. That's a set name. Oh, is that Ethereum? Yeah, Ethereum. Delilah owns some Ethereum. I knew I should have bought some Ethereum like months ago, but I just didn't, and I keep sort of, yeah. So, you know, ho hum, ho hum. What I'm mostly interested in right now, as far as being interested in things and finding things interesting, what I'm mostly finding interesting and am interested in is to see how this splay of scheduled shorts that I've got going up onto the 20th or so, to see how various kinds of approaches to shorts end up working with the short speed, and whether I can repeating the level of success I hit with a trash can video is going to be hard, because that was a confluence of multiple things. But I can at least repeat the experience, the success I've been having with shit like the minimalist bathroom thing. I think got like 2,000 views, and it's me basically talking funny about the bathroom at the timeshare, you know. The video of me showing just the chair and saying there's a stylish place to sit, that got 1,000 views. A kitty video that says wait for it, it'll come around again and something exciting will happen, and it loops like that got like 1,000 views. So it's like, but they don't all get onto the shorts feed. Sometimes they don't, and I'm not exactly sure what the thing about it is. Like, it does make some sense that if you pump out a bunch of them, bam, 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 that some of those don't make it onto the feed. Like, if you put up 5 of them in an hour, YouTube's only going to count 2 of them as being in line or something. That seems to possibly be the case. So that's why, but they just recently added scheduling, so I'm taking advantage of it. Shorts are the perfect thing to schedule, because they're the sort of thing that I make a bunch of them in a burst, and I don't want to publish them all at once, you know. The thing is, Boba Fett, that's absolutely the case. Any spray and pray. Either way, okay? Either way it can be. For me, it's both ways. For maybe some people, it's just the latter. Um, but the thing is, for what's kind of weird is the way that form converts the ontology of a person. So shorts have changed my understanding of aesthetics more towards a poetry kind of aesthetic, right? Like, oh, I'm trying to master this NI concept that can't be NI'd into something else. There's a lot of different possible ways you can NI it, but there's no way I can NE this. I can easily enough eliminate that as a possibility. In other words, I have to have an idea going in, and I have to try to execute that idea. I can't just start recording. That doesn't work with shorts. I have to have an idea first. It has to be a single idea. And that is so powerful for me. It's like, wow, that's empowering. You know? Oh, it won't let me be me. Wonderful. You only have 15 seconds. And what I'm learning is that for plenty of shorts, 15 seconds, you're spending way too much time. You know, it's like, it's got to be exactly the right length. For some shorts, it's 7 seconds. For some shorts, it's 9. And it's got to loop just right. And it's got to be a single concept just right. And if you do all that stuff, you'll experience at least medium success with it if you don't flood the thing. So it's for somebody who's an NI dom, that might seem strange, but for me it's really liberating and gratifying and eye-opening. Like, oh, I do this all the time. I just never bother to section them off into single things. Will you guys tell me what my aura is going? What's going on? You're concerned with my aura? What about it? Does it look pallid? Wan, perhaps? I'm a little hungry. I could eat something. You think that affects my aura? I mean, you know, the whole Rachel thing is really heavy on me. It's very heavy. It's heavy because of a trap, which is, it is not heavy. Why aren't they carrying more? So, I can't really relax and settle into normal life, knowing that Rachel is still experiencing very stroke-like symptoms. You know? I mean, that's a big deal. And that she needs help with stuff. And that she's additionally now got these ridiculous problems with her mother that she did not need. And that mom made happen and then blamed on us or me, you know. Well, they're better than nothing. They're a little dry. But, as you can see, I went all the way to the country club to get these crackers to make sure they're fancy enough for me. Well, I mean, the thing is, if the time comes and your logic is wrong, then you're better off not improvising. You're better off saying, "Oh, my logic was wrong here. Let me learn from this and go back to the drawing board or something." Ammo is at a premium when on patrol in hostile territory. So I see what you're saying. It's normally not safe enough to simply concede defeat, withdraw, redo, because you're presumably battling with somebody, and you don't make as part of your overarching strategy using that thing I just said against the other person, which I do. In other words, any opportunity I have to acknowledge where I'm wrong in a conflict, I'll take definite advantage of, because then I will immediately use it against them and say, "You need to do what I just did." Yeah, I mean, what Drake says here, today I ran through many NI tests with my girlfriend and she seems to not have any idea what it's like experiencing NI or even what it is. Now, I don't know what NI test you used or whatever, but when you ask somebody who's NI polar, how many times they need to listen to a song, or how long they need to listen to a song before they know whether it's good or not, they typically, or at least it's one possible response is this: they won't answer the question. Instead, they'll say, "Well, you know, after I listen to the third time, for 8 or 9 times or whatever, then I get to get familiar with it and I like it." And they, in other words, they don't think that they're deciding whether it's good or not. They think they're either getting familiar enough with it that they like it because it's familiar, or they're not getting familiar enough with it to like it. I don't know what Rachel's up to. She might be asleep or something, but I think I'm going to wrap this up pretty soon here and maybe watch some TV for a bit or some passive activity, I guess. What type would listen to the same one song they enjoy on repeat in a car ride? Any SI type might do that. SI, like for me, SI fourth, I might do that until I feel like I fully know the song, and then I'll be ready to listen to other things. Because like when I first hear a song that excites me, it excites me because I intuitively know it's special in some way. And I'm excited to get to know its specialness experientially by listening to it a lot of times. A good example of that would be the Friday Night at Freddy's song. You know, been so long since last I had a chance to It's got such a uniquely great shift in the chorus there melodically that when I first heard it out, and Delilah played it for me and we were in the car, I was like, hold on, what is this? This I want to listen to again right now. Because I intuitively understand it's great, and experientially, it's a complete mystery to me. It's surprising in a very specific, effective way, you know. It's been so long since last I had the chance to. The other part of the song is good too, but that chorus is epic. I mean, it's just like correct, A plus, you nailed it. That is exactly right. Genius, A plus, circle, perfect. Of course, then once I listen to it a bunch of times, then I get it. Which what does it mean to say that I know it? It means I can sing it to you, right? I know the parts of it that make it great, and they aren't the words necessarily. So I don't necessarily remember the words, but I remember the melody. I know it at that point. I can sing it back to you. Ma 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 bum 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 bum. And that's a hard melody to learn to sing because it's so weird. Another thing that's got like a super weird melody, especially if you play the chords underneath it, and it's hard to find the spot where it goes. And that's what makes it great in part is a combination of being weird, totally out there, and sounding super familiar at the same time. And that would be Misty, you know. Look at me, I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree. Or it might be the sound of your hello. The music I hear, I get misty the moment you're near. What? Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. Or it might be the sound of your hello. The music I hear, I get misty the moment you're near. You can say that you're leading me on, but it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. On my own, would I wander through this wonderland alone? Never knowing my right foot from my left, my hand from my glove, I'm too misty and too much in love. It's a really weird song, right? But it's great. It just pops. It's like, why is it so great? Because it's both super weird and super familiar at the same time. That's the best explanation you can give. It's like when you hear the right chorus for something, like something that's genuinely catchy and grabs you, it's undeniable. It's just undeniable. You have to be anti-polar or anti-hating to deny it. It's a good idea. Open sourcing stuff is a good idea. Transparency is always good, and open sourcing is good, and getting people to meaningfully have not just a voice, but a means of including that voice meaningfully, is a good idea. Like, it's pretty hard to deny the correctness of the chorus of Nefarious Plans. Every time it comes on, even if Rachel and I are talking or something, and I've got one or two of my own songs, two, on my Chabby Tracks list, which has 80 some songs on it, which is mostly just shit that are hits or whatever that I want to listen to. But with that song, every time the chorus comes on, it just drags me into singing it. Nefarious plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Nefarious plans all about. And the thing that makes the chorus work so well, though, ultimately, is not just the melody of the chorus there, but the background vocals behind it going, ah, ah. The combination of the two gives it a complexity that makes it both familiar and weird concurrently. Yeah, the background vocals make a big difference. And also the fact that the bass or the beat comes in a beat early to make it rhythmically off a little bit in a good way, you know. Eric, do you think second slot SI is better than SI DOMs or remembering events that happened a really long time ago? Well, I think that SI Tool is more likely to tell stories about the past on a regular basis and repeat those stories about the past on a regular basis. So in that regard, if they're among their stories that they are telling, then yeah. But the thing is, an SI DOM is actually better at remembering if you were to sort of the Truman Show a person's life so that you have access to what actually happened and to test them both on it. I'm sure the SI DOM would do better. But they're going to be less subjecty about it because they're a knowing type, not a subject type like a TE DOM or an FE DOM. And the thing is, I have a few niche playlists as well. I've got for moods, right? So I've got Chappy Tracks, which is my go-to, like, fun driving playlist, which has got enough songs on it that I put it on shuffle, and I guess gonna get something, and I continually add new things to it and take some things off of it that I get stale and stuff. But the point is, it's a good, reliable playlist mix of stuff I've heard a lot of times, stuff I've heard a few times, stuff is a new addition to the list, and it's a good list for most purposes. But I also have this list called Composition Rock, which is for more self-indulgent rock songs that may be longer than songs that I would put on Chappy Tracks. To get on Chappy Tracks, you can't really occupy more than 3.5 minutes of my time, or else you're not chappy enough. I don't want to have your 5-minute interpretation of the idea. I want the 3-minute platonic form of it, you know? But, for some things, the platonic form of them is more roomy than others. And Composition Rock is a playlist to allow those kind of things their space as well. Steely Dan, Billy Joel, Led Zeppelin. I mean, I can't even remember exactly who's on the list. Good songs that I hear, like ELO's song that goes, how does that song go? ELO's got this one very good song that I never thought was by ELO. I was surprised to learn it. Well, you have to do regular upkeep. It's one thing that I'm willing to do regular upkeep on is my playlists like that because I listen to them and I don't like skipping. What you're doing right there is very TE polar. That's super TE polar. It's like never setting up your key commands on an app that requires a lot of key commands. Well, I mean, it sounds like he's a great guy, Horse Mumbler. And hopefully he'll run for president and I can vote for him and then I won't have to worry about things. I mean, I'm open to collaborate with him if he wishes to on making his vision more correctly spoken out loud. I am good at that, you know. If his vision's right, it may still not be explained right, so I could possibly be helpful in that fashion. But the thing is, what I am first and foremost is selfish in a specific way. I'm like an INTP, ready to be used by somebody. I'm like an INTP, not ready to go make that happen necessarily. You know? INTPs and ENTPs both share a common trait, which is we are extremely powerfully intuitive thinkers and therefore have a rare and unique value. But we're not going to tell you that we're not going to go make ourselves useful. Somebody else needs to recognize our value, celebrate it, and make us do things. You know, it's like you need an ENFJ on the team who is basically focused on how each of the team members is uniquely great at what they're doing, and that her job is to be uniquely good at finding uniquely great people at doing their unique jobs and that require their unique skills. That's what you'd ideally have in charge of, like, you know, intuitive co, which it's got like at the top of it an ENTJ, but right below him an ESTJ, and then it's structured according to the ENTP. INTP dictates as to how this shit should be structured, but the ENTJ makes it actually more realistic and happen. The ESTJ checks the particulars against it, and intuitives are empowered to be powerful instead of wasting all of their time. I mean, it's not a waste of time. It's just not. It's what happens when nobody wants to be the. Nobody wants to be the regular person. Everybody wants to be the special person, right? And that's the thing. I want to be the special person. I don't want to go tell that guy, "Hey, you're really special. Let me learn from you and echo your thing." Even if I think he is really special and I like what he has to say, I'll just incorporate it into my own shit, and I'll think, well, that guy's good. Now I have an excuse to not have to worry about that because somebody else is dealing with it. You know, what that guy and I probably both need is some facilitator to say, look, you two need to talk to each other because you both bring a unique understanding to a larger equation, and there's value in you communicating, and potentially will lead to some preferable whatevers, right? But that's not how it's ever going to be positioned. It's never going to happen that way. It's always going to be, here, Eric, you need to watch this. And, okay, well, why? Well, because he's so right about these things. Well, good for him. I mean, I'm busy being right over here. It's not doing me any good. Why am listening to somebody else be right going to do me any good? You know? It's not like you're saying, Eric, you're wrong about things, and he's going to correct you. If you're saying that, then you could just correct me yourself, and I'm going to be needed for it. If you're saying, Eric, you would understand things more deeply if you listen to this guy, well, you probably underestimate how deeply I understand things already. But even if that were true, that's true. That's not unique to that thing, right? I can understand anything more deeply by doing more research on it. So it's a complicated equation, being me. It's not like it's not like when I'm the cat. When I'm the cat, it's a pretty straightforward equation. It's just meow for food, sleep, that's it. Do SA Doms have trouble having a change of heart about events past? It's weird. It's like, I would suspect that it would seem like a ridiculous question almost. It's like, SIDOMs are remembering their experience of it, and while they may make new stories about the value of having had that experience, you can't change the content, color, or reality of the experience from negative to positive just because it had positive net outcomes, you know? It's all about how I go about understanding it. How I go about understanding what? I mean, the thing is, as a general rule, I'm on this sort of mission to be heard more and listened to more and understood more. And that doesn't mean that I don't myself need to listen, learn, and understand, but it does mean that such endeavors are sidetracks taking away from my primary mission here. So I'm not much of a consumer of anything by people like myself unless I have good reason to think that it's going to inform the stuff I'm talking about in substantial ways, and that means I'm assuming I must have some deficit in this area, and I don't generally have a lot of deficits in areas that I talk about a lot. So it's like Peter Dentici wants me to go research Lamarckianism more now because now they've replaced evolution with freaking epigenetics, and it's just like, oh my god. Before we go ahead affirming evolution in this new format, shouldn't we spend a few minutes mentioning the fact that for 100+ years we were all being lied to about it, and it was all wrong? Not lied to, but that we were being fed a whole huge platter full of bullshit. If you're acknowledging that all the existing evolution that we learned in school and stuff is bullshit, and in the last couple of years it's been exchanged with, it's been replaced by some neo-Lamarckianism, then shouldn't we spend some time talking about the fact that it was bullshit for the entire duration of its existence until a couple of years ago, and that maybe it should have a new name or something? No, you explicitly said you need to research this more, Eric. No, we all were. We were all being fed a line of bullshit about evolution, right? You acknowledge this too. Everybody does. That, in fact, the evolution we were all taught was a Darwinian kind of evolution that they've abandoned as mechanistically impossible and not actually representative of any process. I mean, no sane world has Peter Dentici disputing that claim, right? Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, the fact that you weren't listening in class just shows that you did something right. But it also takes away some of your excuse for being so wrong about evolution. If you weren't listening and being indoctrinated with that line of bullshit, why are you so attached to it? I want to know what's up with my aura. I hear my aura's not looking good. Are you sure it's just not this zit? It's long past being a zit. It's not just a under the skin bump that won't go away. Okay. Well, I'm not making any claims about your stance, actually. I'm just saying you've said words that were wrong about it in the past. You've argued with me about things I've said that were correct in the past. You've disputed correct statements of mine about it in the past, and you were wrong in making those disputes. Your negations were wrong. So, if those aren't representative of your position, fine. Maybe you just were practicing being wrong. And that's okay. I don't want to prevent you from doing that. We all learn argumentation by arguing wrong things as well as correct things. I mean, that's absolutely not true, Peter Dentici. So, for example, when I talk about the genetic drift barrier and talk about the math of it, that's what you would call a logical proof. It's both valid and sound because the facts we're talking about, namely population size and stuff, are the sort of things that can be definitively determined. They're not something vague like species, right? So, it's just, you're, at this point, you're not caring about truth or words anymore. I mean, or the difference between validity and soundness. Things that are sound are both valid and true. Now, it's very difficult to be sound as a consequence, because truth is a status we set for arguments, right? But in instances where you're making very concrete claims, such as the mathematical possibilities for variance within a genome in a species varied on population size, or when you're talking about very concrete things like the necessary consequence of mechanism meow that we can predict would occur and would either verify or falsify something, those aren't matters that aren't sound. That aren't a matter of like lacking soundness. Those are definitive, clear-cut, absolutely point-winning negations that, if unanswered, and they remain so, successfully negate evolution. And to pretend that it's something else is to lie to yourself. Or me. And the thing is, Peter didn't teach you, the problem with this, when you say, I'm pretty good at ignoring teachers' talk when I notice it doesn't have any value for me. The problem here is this. You're determining whether it's valuable to you based on whether you like it, not whether the things that are actually valuable to you are things that correct you, not things that validate what you already believe. So you've gotten this idea of value completely backwards for ideas. Well, I mean, the thing is, of course, Peter didn't teach you, what makes evolution wrong is that, specifically, it claims to explain speciation and where species comes from, right? So, it's true we were talking about a block of arguments under the evolution frame, because speciation itself is a concept born of evolution, implicit to evolution, and not seen naturally anywhere in nature. So it's not like we have any examples of genuine speciation to say this is what we're explaining. The explanation presumes the thing exists that it explains, right? Okay. Again, you're presuming this thing exists as part of your explanation. There's no evidence anywhere that speciation is something that exists or happens. Okay? It is true that species come into being at some point in the fossil record, but that doesn't mean that they've separated off from something or evolved into something or whatever. It could be they just popped into existence, right? So if by speciation you mean popped into existence out of nowhere, then okay. What would constitute an example and evidence of speciation? Well, if any of the mechanism... First we need to know what the mechanism was, right? So since evolution purports to explain how fewer species became more species, it would be very easy to falsify as soon as evolution provides the mechanism by which that occurs. Without providing a mechanism by which that occurs, it's impossible to even say that it occurs or what it is we're talking about, right? Because the idea of speciation is predicated on the idea of more species emerging from fewer. Which, if in itself is false, I can't provide you an example of that would constitute evidence of speciation, because we can't define the term without knowing anything about the mechanism. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so in the case of natural selection as a proposed mechanism, then we'd say speciation is the moment at which a subpopulation of a species because of isolation and mutation and pressures, reproductive pressures on reproduction, change genomically as a group such that they are no longer able to successfully interbreed with this other former group that they were formerly an isolated subpopulation of. And that at the moment when they can no longer mate with the original population, that's when speciation has occurred and one species has become two. Right? So if that were the mechanism, that would be the explanation of what speciation was. Of course, the thing is, that's not the mechanism anymore. Evolutionary scientists no longer claim that natural selection is responsible for change over time in a genome because the math doesn't work. It just doesn't make any sense. In order to even try to make it not strain credibility outlandishly, they had to create this imagined sequence of bottlenecks and founders effects. Otherwise, they're shut down immediately by the genetic drift barrier. And there's no possible mechanism by which these isolated populations, via the bottleneck and founders effect, would actually be a different species or produce anything of a different species. We've never seen any two creatures mate and make something that's not the same thing as its species. It may be within the genomic variability of that species, but it's not different. It can still breed with that species, and we've never seen anything to the contrary. Even when we push hard, right? Even when we try to breed dogs so that they would definitely be identified by looks as different species, when we use the only test that's meaningful, which is can they produce viable offspring, the answer is yeah, they still can. We've been unable to speciate them. So that would be the definition then. So if you want to have a good definition of species, we'd have to account for a couple of things. One, that when you have a tiger and a lion have sex, they have a liger, and it's not reproductively viable no matter how many ligers you have. You can't create a new species that way by hybridization. We know that. And we know, therefore, that species are distinct things because they, if they don't mate with another exactly the same thing, even if it's very similar, their offspring will come out broken. So we know this, and we need to explain this. So the way evolution historically has explained it is to say, well, they were isolated and changed over time genetically such that they were no longer the same species and could no longer mate. The thing is, the reason we care about those people who were wrong, Peter, is because for almost everybody in the world, that's currently their understanding of evolution. They don't understand that evolutionary scientists have tossed aside natural selection, sexual selection as a mechanism and haven't replaced it with anything robust enough to explain speciation. And so this is what I mean by, and mules are another perfect example of how we already have a good definition of species. Because a donkey and a horse can have sex and have a baby, but it's not reproductively viable. So it's broken. Okay? So in other words, we can eliminate hybridization or fluidity within the genome in that fashion, reproductive fluidity, that you can't mush together things and create things like that. And so what has to happen is something that doesn't make any sense. It's based on a fundamental metaphor. Remember, our genes don't have an interest, and our genes of the species, the genome of the species, doesn't change, right? An individual might be born with a variation on that genome, or within the variability of that genome, but that doesn't change the genome until and unless they somehow obtain such advantage that they master exclusive mating rights over large portions of the female population within a species. Plus, the nature of sexual reproduction means that whatever kind of genomic change you're imagining happening via reproduction has got to be driven by the males. It's not going to be driven by the females because they simply don't produce enough offspring for it to make a substantial difference in the population. So it's like any kind of good TI informs us that these arguments I'm making are both valid and sound because they're pointing out failures of invalid and unsound arguments. And there's no disputing this. This is as rock solid truth as you're ever going to hear. And if you're fighting against it, then you need to check yourself and say, hold on, self. I need to listen to Eric instead of trying to argue against him. An individual person's genes are responsive to trauma, usually in bad ways. That's what we call epigenetics. Okay? The genome of a species is a metaphor that we have, but we talk about it as though it has interests, that the species has interests, that something's good for the species. But that's a metaphor, isn't it? It doesn't work like that. Individual human beings can, in fact, alter their genes with their behavior in ways that sometimes can pass down certain traits to their offspring. That's part of the reality that genomes get weaker over time because they're not perfect at eliminating variation from within the genome, although that's what every driving force of selection actually does. Now, Peter, it is time for you to stop arguing with me and start listening. Because you're wrong and stubbornly so, and that's annoying me. This is the thing, Peter. Remember, I'm not affirming. Please don't be retarded. I'm not presenting a theory that explains things. Evolution is. Your quote there by Karl Popper is exactly what I'm saying. Whenever a theory, yours, appears to be the only possible one, take this as a sign that you've neither understood the theory nor the problem which it was intended to solve. Now, of course, what Karl Popper says there is absolutely fucking bullshit too, because in fact, there are theories that are singular explanations of things that are correct to the exclusion of things that are exclusive of those theories. It may be possible to analyze something in a non-exclusive way that layers on top of an existing theory, but it's absolutely the case that the spontaneous generation theory of where flies come from was wrong. And the alternative theory that flies lay eggs on rotting meat is correct. And that other theories that are alternative to that and exclusive of that are wrong. So it's time to stop quoting things, stop arguing with Eric, stop trying to make a point or whatever, and fucking listen to me. And learn something. Okay, so now I'm taking it too literally. Okay, so Peter, you don't know your ass from your fucking face, dude. You don't know your ass from your face, and you're talking like you do, and that irritates the fuck out of me. So let's just leave it at that. Let's just all agree with that simple, God-given, concrete fact that Peter doesn't know his ass from his face. That is factually true. Not an exaggeration, not hyperbole. It's absolutely literal, factually true. Peter didn't teach you. If I show him a picture of his own ass and his own face, he literally can't tell them apart. He just says, they both look like poo-making things to me, and I have to agree with him there. But the difference, Peter didn't teach you, is when you're saying that to me, you're full of shit. You've not answered anything I've said. You never have on this point. You just cling to the idea of evolution without any actual addressing of anything I say. That's called willful retardation and deserves you a much earned shaming. Meanwhile, I respond to everything you say, and then you tell me you're taking it too literally. Shame on you. You're continually trying to say, there are vagaries you don't understand and I'm not explaining, Eric. You're being too simplistic about it or something. Bullshit! I'm putting the fucking sledgehammer down on this thing, winning the case 100%, definitively, and that's all there is to it. There's no response on the flow anywhere that would suggest anything I'm saying is wrong. So don't pretend like there is. And with that well-deserved scolding of Peter Dentici, I'll bid you all adieu.